Good evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, rounding off a wall-to-wall day of darting action. We get the Group B campaign underway here at the MODUS Live Lounge. But before we tuck into the action in Group B, let's remind ourselves of how the drama unfolded this afternoon as Shane McGurk enjoyed the perfect start to life in Group C. Here's Henry with the highlights.
David Evans couldn't stretch his way up the table in Group C. One victory from 5 for him on Thursday. Meanwhile, for Brett Clayton, he showed moments of brilliance, but he just couldn't back it up on a consistent basis. He also picked up 2 points for his opening day efforts. As to Alex Small, he put in the performance of the day, but he could only harbour 2 victories from 5. He had some enigmatic moments, though. Josh Richardson, 6 points for him. A steady day with some big finishing. This 157 being one of the biggest of the lot. Jordan Brooks was steady all day, and he reaped the rewards as a consequence of it. The Sheriff is the deputy in the group standings. 6 points, second place, going into the second day. But it was Shane McGurk, the man with perfection on Thursday at the Super Series. 10 points from 10, 5 wins from 5. It couldn't have got any better for the Irishman.
Yeah, as Henry mentioned there, it really couldn't have gone much better for Shane McGurk, really righting the wrongs of his Group A campaign there. We can have a little look at the league standings halfway through the Group C campaign. His finishing really impressive, the way he was able to forget what happened in Group A and rectify it today.
We picked up on it, didn't we, sort of the end of Tuesday, that it was on a decline, and Wednesday got even worse. And to put it right the way he did shows a lot about Shane McGurk and what he stands for and why he could go in this game, because you're going to have setbacks. You're not going to be in a situation where everything's going to go your own way. He had a major setback in Group A. We were starting to ask questions, and then to go 5 from 5 the way he did, and just look at the legs column as well. There's only one other player who has managed to get a positive leg. Shane McGurk running away with that group, and he's probably 2 wins away from mathematically being safe.
And a word on Alex Small as well, because he really had to dig deep against David Evans to get that second victory on the board. How crucial do you think that is going into the second day of action?
Well, all of those wins are going to be crucial. I think we're going to need 14 points. That's the baseline with Group C. We might get away with 12 with this group because they all seem to be beating each other. If that is the case, those 2 points today could be really, really crucial tomorrow, because it just gives him an extra life when it comes to the 5 matches. Yeah,
and Group C will conclude from 9:30 tomorrow morning. But now the focus turns to Group B. We can have a little look at the betting tips for this. I'm sure you'll have a few to pick out from that, because it is Chaz Barstow who's favourite to go on and top the Group B table. Aaron Beeney, though, someone you know very well, 9-1 to top the group. Does that surprise you? Because I know you've been speaking to him. He's openly said he's been waiting for an operation for over 10 months. How is he feeling coming into this?
Well, you've only got to look at his social media account to know how he's feeling coming into this. He did withdraw from Q School for that very reason, that he's waiting for an operation on the shoulder. He's actually missing part of the shoulder socket. So I call him Mr. Glass. He's somebody who sort of breaks down quite easily, and he's missing a fair chunk of the shoulder, which is something we kind of need in darts. So he withdrew from Q School, but like he says, and like anyone would, you're not going to turn down the opportunity to come to the MODUS Super Series. I found it quite interesting looking at those odds, though, because he was actually priced up at the start of the week 9-1 to win the week, but the price him at 9-1 to win this group, which tells you how much the bookies fancy Chaz Barstow.
And a word on Steve Brown, because yesterday he was arguably the player of Group A, wasn't he, in the final day of action? 3 averages in excess of 90 to do enough to get himself into Group B. Would you class him as one of the favourites to come through?
Absolutely. I think we've got no surprises from the 2 players who's come from Group A. They did in Group A what they do all the time. They played to that consistent level. Andy Hamilton the same as well. Plays to that sort of consistent level, roughly around that 88 to 90 average. I expect him to be around about that sort of average, and I think that's going to be enough for both of those players to get them through.
And Chaz Barstow evens, does that surprise you slightly given the campaign he had at Q School?
Depends what Chaz Barstow's walked through the door. If there's a Chaz Barstow I know from a couple of years ago, even money is an absolute steal. If it's the Chaz Barstow that turned up at Q School, he should be at the bottom with a 16-1s, and he should be the biggest outsider of the lot. depends what Chaz Barstow we're going to get, and that's going to be interesting to see in a couple of games' time.
Yeah, he does normally perform very, very well indeed when he's involved in a Group B campaign. But a word on the hammer as well. How do you think he'll assess his Group A campaign?
I think he'll be quite happy with it. But I think he'll be disappointed they left himself so much to do on the last day, because on the last day, again, he raised it even further. But it was just an impossible task. It was too much to do. Jonathan Worsley had to lose all of his games, while Andy needed to win them all. It all came down to that one leg where it could have kept going. Jonathan Worsley put in a good leg and sort of eliminated that chance for Andy Hamilton to get through that. But he played well. He played solid. He was saying he could finish us out. I was impressed with Andy Hamilton. I said he's looking really well. I mentioned a few times on commentary, and he looks a bit trimmer. And he looks like he's going to have plenty more years ahead of him. And this week could be another big one for him, one of those big novelty checks.
Yes, indeed. Of course, this is Series 3. At the weekend, Series 2 reached its conclusion. Let's have a little clip from how things unfolded towards the back end of that campaign.
That does not guarantee that this one will, but the way that Clark has performed in this final, when he's thrown first, has been nothing short of miraculous.
12 weeks of darts, 12 winners, 6
41
down to the finals night, down to 4 for the semi-final, and now down to the last leg. If that doesn't sum up the whole thing about MODUS Super Series, nothing does.
It's a marathon, this thing. This is game 1,352 in this series, and it will be the very last leg of it.
What did I say about Matt Clark, who opened at 140, 180, he's regular on his throw. All of a sudden, one treble will feel like gold.
60.
And all of a sudden, you're creeping into treble 7. It takes someone like Raymond Smith now to hit a 140 here.
And he might just do it. You can hear a pin drop in here. Everybody can hear the darts hitting the board. That 140 is one of the best he's hit this week, maybe the very best of the lot.
I'm just trying to put you into the mind of the players. Matt Clark's now thinking, shake them off. What you panicking for? You're winning your darts.
100.
Raymond Smith now taking the dart. It's now a 3-0-1 game. Nico, what is going on?
He's going to switch. Oh, he's not. I was convinced he was going to go to the 17s, because previously in the week, that's what he's been doing. It's a great standard of a final. There you can see 3 180s in this final. And the averages are very, very healthy. But Matt Clark falters.
Raymond, you require 161.
And Raymond Smith has got 6 from here to write his name into MODUS Super Series history.
Finally, I've called something right. I just had the feeling Matt Clark wouldn't have it all his own way after dominating his darts.
65.
And that leaves a 2-dart combination. Matt Clark on 255. There's the breath. He'll feel like it's all away, but you've got one chance, Matt. The biggest 180 of your life right now. And all of a sudden, now he's have to go downstairs. Now it's the connotations. If he stays there, he leaves a bogey.
134.
That was a gamble.
You require 96.
Is the gamble going to pay off, though? Because Raymond Smith has the first shot for the title. He's going to stay straight and go for double 8 and win it. Raymond Smith is the man. The guru thinks his way to the end, and he gets it done. £20,000 belongs to him. The gamble of coming across the planet has paid off, and he will be on a flight back to Australia in a few hours' time.
So that's how Series 2 ended. We're now in Series 3, and this is the first week of that campaign. Group B about to get underway. Andy Hamilton, then, he was favourite to top Group A before her dart had been thrown this week. He finished runner-up in the end, so is involved in Group B. How will he kickstart his campaign against Aaron Beeney, who's been playing with some discomfort over recent months? Let's tuck into our first match of this evening's session and rejoin our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. Very good evening, everyone. And I ask you one question. Do you like darts? Do you want to watch a game of darts? Well, haven't we got quite the treat for you if you enjoy darts and want to watch a game of darts, because we've got 10 of them here at the MODUS Super Series, and what's probably been the most marathon day of televised darts in the history of the sport. We kick things off in Group B with a battle between Aaron Beeney and Andy Hamilton, the Hammer in action after his progression through Group A. As Aaron Beeney, a first appearance here upon this hockey in 2023. Alongside me in the commentary box is a good friend of his in Matthew Edgar. And Matt, I know you've been getting a synopsis of him this afternoon. What is
First
the
leg, it's
prognosis as far as Mr.
Game
Beeney is concerned?
Well, he wasn't too sure what he was going to do in this one, but we went up on the stage earlier on and he had a good 20-minute throw, and he did this. He went 5 treble 20 treble 20.
18.
It's nearly a repeat of the first 3 darts that he threw when he went on the stage for the very first time, which was the 1-2-5. He will have his work cut out for him here against the Hammer, someone we've seen playing for the last couple of days in Group A. Someone who has been playing some mighty fine darts, instead of running around about that 88 sort of average, which is where you need to be winning a Group A. Just so happened he had John Worsley
26.
in that group with him. We all know what John Worsley's been doing for the last couple of days. A 95 running average, followed by an 89 and an 85. But Andy Hamilton would have took plenty of positives from his Group A campaign.
137.
What is the goalposts of expectation for Aaron Beeney over the next couple of days? Is it to be competitive?
100.
Is it to try and forge a way into Saturday night?
Well, although we're saying we don't know what to expect from Aaron Beeney at the moment, we did have a chat just earlier and we said we don't have to win the group. You've just got to make the top 3. Just don't be in the bottom 2, and he moves through to Saturday night. One of the first questions Aaron Beeney asked me was, is there a crowd in there tonight? I said, no, that's Saturday.
97.
Oh,
And you
well, I
require
want to be there then.
147.
Hamilton leaving a finish after 9. The finish that our fellow referee and colleague Charlie Corsving likes to call the 147 and
55.
frame. In charge of proceedings tonight is Marco Meyer, the legendary Dutch official.
81. And you require 92.
Hamilton here then. 92 for the opening leg. This would be with a breaker throw. Along for the 18s, was looking for the double-double.
52. And you require
So
117.
Beeney returns for the 117 for the opener.
$42. And you require 40.
So for the opening leg, and for a breaker throw at the earliest possibility.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
Andy Hamilton takes the lead. We spoke about Andy Hamilton a lot this week. We know all about
Second
Andy
leg,
Hamilton.
it's Andy to throw first.
He's joined us from Monday onwards. However, this is the first chance we're going to get to see Aaron Beeney, the first chance we're going to get to see him in the Super Series. He did play in the old carnation of this event, and Aaron Beeney is the next tour card holder. We like to call Aaron Beeney sort of the commons man's professional
100.
darter. He sort of went to Q school, and it was one of those unexpected wins when Aaron Beeney came through and won it. He beat Jared Cole in the final. He did miss a couple of match darts in that one,
40.
Jared Cole, and Beeney ended up winning it with a 12 darter. And I remember the interview with him. It was like, what have I done? Was the words that he quoted. He then went on to do some quite amazing things. He had this record at one point where he just kept beating world champions.
98.
That run included the defending world champion in 2021 when he beat Gerwin Price in Players' Championship #2. He also had wins
59.
over Scott Waits, Raymond van Barneveld and Rob Cross. Away from the board, he is a bit of a character, likes a giggle. He's a very similar
99.
personality to myself. He's told me what stories I can't share and what ones I can. So you may get some interesting Aaron Beeney stories throughout the night.
So what you're saying is the good ones we can't broadcast because that's usually the way.
50.
Yeah, we'll turn the mics off for some of these stories. But you only got to look at his darts to know the sort of character he is as well. So he's with the same brand as myself, he's with Loxley. And he's actually got a dart that's called the
81.
Baked Beanie, which is the exact sort of dart you're seeing him using now, but it's smooth and coloured like a baked bean. And that all started from a little joke that one of his followers
60.
put in on Twitter.
And you require 123.
Well, leg 2 be as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Andy Hamilton. It may well be. He only needs the single here. He didn't even have to go for it, but Beeney all the way back on 292.
83.
And so he leaves himself tops after 15. Quite handily indeed.
$85. And you require 40.
Tots for Hamilton.
Yeah, that's game
And
show.
it goes for 2-0 lead.
Andy Hamilton. Third leg, it's Aaron to throw first. Game on.
Aaron Beeney, a prison officer by trade.
66.
Always sort of enjoyed that role. A role that he wasn't giving up during his time on the PDC tour. He took PDC professional darts as a bit of a sort of a part-time venture, but was always allowed the time to travel, and he fully
46.
committed to his tour card. He committed every single Pro Tour and European Tour qualifier.
$83.
The grouping's starting to come together here for Beeney. You just feel like he's going to be one of those players
77.
like Steve Brown in Group A, like Andy Hamilton, like Shane McGurk, who we saw this morning, top Group C, that I feel he's going to grow into the day. Like his facial hair, he's very
22.
proud of that beard. It's took some growing over the years. And his Diego Portela haircut. I know he had it before, Diego Portela. I called him his Portela haircut earlier, and he made sure that a reference he had it first.
60. $100.
Mentioned upstairs that I like to call him Mr. Glass. He's got a couple of... I'm not even going to try and attempt the name of the various conditions that Aaron has.
57.
But one of them makes him extra bendy. And Aaron Beeney, the man that you're watching throw darts right now, just picture this, can get inside a washing machine.
36.
I have a few questions. First of all, why was his head stuck in a washing machine?
Not his head, the whole body.
$140.
How do you get a man out of a washing machine?
With great difficulty, apparently, so...
$44. And you require 121.
So, if he had any injuries, he had to see Dr. Beckman. Hamilton here looking to dish out the pain. The ball.
96. And you require
underneath.
150.
Well, he's not going to go for 3 of them. But he may find another one of them. And across for treble 18. Needs himself 72. And so Hamilton back for 25.
And you require
to open up
25.
a 3-leg-0 advantage in the opening game of the evening session. 2 8s.
Yeah, that's game
We'll
show
do
then
it
the third
nicely
leg.
for the hammer.
Andy Hamilton.
who is going around
Forward
doing
targets,
it
and the
steadily enough.
first.
83 and a half is the average. 306 on the doubles. And a 3-0 lead for the Hammer here. This is what they call quite efficient.
100.
Yeah, it's just a professional job here from Andy Hamilton. I can give you a quote here from Aaron Beeney's Twitter account, because we
85.
didn't hear from Aaron earlier. I can tell you that he said, I am grateful to the MODUS Super Series for the opportunity to play in this again. Health is still a little bit poor at the minute with the issues that saw him bypass Q School this year. He's hoping he can put the show on in the shorter format
100.
and will give him his absolute best. And that's what we fully expect from Beeney. He will fight this to the very, very end, but he is missing a third of his
96.
shoulder socket. He's expecting a replacement of that very, very soon. And he's hoping that when he gets that shoulder rebuilt again, he'll be back on the practice board full time. And he's planning on going to Q School in 2024. I hope to try and return
96.
to the PDC Pro Tour next year. A tour that I know that Aaron Beeney was very proud to be a part of.
$45.
Well, here in this one, it looks as if Hamilton's going to race into the sunset.
58.
JG called him the glass man. Well, the way Hamilton's playing, he might be walking on broken glass.
81. And you
And
require
you can see it within the
147.
action as well, like the shoulders coming up and the arms going down, where normally with Aaron he gets a good full extension keeping the height. You can just see he's losing the height, and with that he's just going to flick a little bit more. He's going to cause him just to lose the line, probably go into the fives. Probably end up with a darts a little bit
27.
lower than he'd have wanted. That's where Aaron Beeney wants a dart to be. Just on that bottom wire to the right-hand side.
140. And you
He
require
finds his first 140
120
of the match. It's not too little. A 140 never is. But is it too late?
Because Hamilton is looking to seal a 4-0 success, and he shimmies across for the tops.
100.
But it just sails
And you
underneath, and
require
so Beeney to
54.
get a leg on the board, and perhaps importantly as well, it would be a break if he can find this tops.
This is Beeney territory, this. Two dart combinations.
That's game shot on the forward leg. Aaron Beeney.
One thing Aaron Beeney is very good at is those two dart combinations, whether it's a 54, a
Fifth target,
74,
Aaron
a
the throw
66.
first. Game on.
Used to practice on the Pro Tour with Aaron Beeney and Ryan Searle. And if Beeney was the third man in that lineup, you left him one of those sort of pop-pop finishers.
41.
Felt quite safe that the game was going to be continuing.
$177.
Hamilton wants to get it done now. Beeney's had his leg. Hamilton wants his win.
Oh, Hamilton will be aware that
96.
keeping a guy like Aaron Beeney alive is a dangerous tactic. This is a guy who has beaten the very best, that has toured the world, has beaten one of the greatest dart players of this era,
100.
the Iceman Gerwin Price.
But perhaps it goes under the radar, some of the achievements of this man, Andy Hamilton.
28.
Former world finalist. There was a streak between 2012 and 2014 where he made the quarterfinals at least of every single major TV ranking event. That was the prestigious
64.
and elite company that Andy Hamilton was keeping. Twice in the Premier League, made the playoffs in the Premier League. This was a Premier player right at his pomp.
100. And you require 160.
He needs another one of them for a dart at tops. He has time just to set this up. He takes the dart at
120.
tops anyway. So it might be a double-double for Andy Hamilton, just spread across a couple of visits.
And it would be for 13 to finish.
100. And
The
you
average is
require 40.
87.3. The performance has been good. And
Game
the points are
shot, and the
his.
match,
Andy Hamilton secures the first win of this Group B, getting the better of Aaron B by 4 legs to 1. The Hammer with an average of 85.69, 4 out of 10 in the doubles. It was a solid and efficient start from the Hammer, who puts the Hammer down on that particular match, getting the better of Beeney by 4 legs to 1. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see a man who was so successful in Southampton, Chaz Barstow, in action. He takes on Steve Brown. That's live. That's next.
Charles Barstow taking on Steve Brown next this evening. Many people were surprised that Barstow failed to reach the final stages of Q School 2023 as he struggled to play to the level we know he's capable of and that we've seen on multiple occasions here at the Super Series and, of course, previously in Southampton. How will he kick off his campaign against Bomber Brown, who improved as Group A went on and yesterday consistently impressed with 90-plus averages until he'd done enough to secure a spot in Group B. To see how this one unfolds then, Henry Deacon and Matt Edgar, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. Next up for us, Chaz Barstow up against Steve Brown. Barstow, you see on your screen, the man from Winchester, had so much success in our previous incarnation in Southampton, up against Steve Brown, who qualified for this group courtesy of his top 3 performance in Group A, decided because he had a little bit of a gap between sessions, he'd go back home to his native Bristol for a little while, sleep in his own bed for a night or so, and, well, he came back to Portsmouth today, but he had far from the ideal journey.
First, game on.
A little bit of a bump, shall we say, on his journey up the M4 from Bristol to Portsmouth.
81.
Luckily, he's okay. He's here, he's playing, and we're expecting good stuff. Man who, the last time he was here, do you remember the famous night of Conor Heenahan? He's the man. Well, that never nearly happened because earlier on that day, Steve Brown missed the double 18 for a 9-dart finish. That's the levels that this man's got.
The levels
85.
that Steve Brown's got actually rose and increased throughout the week so far. He joined us on Monday, averaged 83. Tuesday, 85. Wednesday, 90. So he's added 7 points onto his average from day 1 to day 3. He'll be hoping
60.
It's more like day 3 today. That 90 average will be more than enough, you feel, to finish in the top 3 here and put himself into Saturday night's final where he can play for the big £5,000 cheque and follow in the footsteps of other previous ADC weekly winners.
I do have one question to ask you, Matt. Have you got the cough lozenges on you? Because what we have learnt this week is Steve Brown is not the easiest name to pronounce if your throat isn't fully up for it. There could be a bit of an inflation on the E, that's all I'm saying. But you know, one of those a cappella warm-ups. It was a bit like that on Monday, with one of the game shot calls to Steve Brown.
Another one of these would leave it handy. I like that route, actually.
92.
The other treble 19 would have left to 32, where that leaves to 70. I like that route.
56. Steve, you require 70.
Tops.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Steve Brown.
We're talking about calls. We hear the call there of Marco Meyer. He's got something a little unique about
Second
his
leg
call,
is
actually.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
You notice when the dart goes in, he goes, yes, and that's game shot. And he's not the first one to do that. I remember many years ago in the original
41.
PDC, we used to get the yes call.
Freddie Williams, wasn't it?
I believe it was.
Just adds something unique
85.
about it, doesn't it? There he is, the legend that is Marco Meyer.
Yeah, everyone needs their own individual call. I think
44.
one of the things with the referees, isn't it? You get different 180 calls and everyone's got their own little unique little thing they bring to the table.
96.
Kirk Bevins with his big emphasis on like the 177s and the 174s. Calls them just the same as a max.
24.
You got some great calls from our referees here. Charlie Corstefine. And we get
59.
the 108 Tay from Owen Binks.
Speaking
One on the end.
of
40.
180s, let's Steve Brown looking to get the first one of this match. First one of the group so far. There wasn't a 180 in our opening game between Andy Hamilton and Aaron Beeney. You feel there's going to be one knocking on the door. Steve Brown's already hit 16 this week. This is Chaz Barstow's first game of the week. And he is not only the favourite to win this group, but he's the favourite to win the week. And he's the big favourite to win the week. Was quoted at 5-2, even considering that John Worsley is already through to finals night.
And usually what we tend to see in the betting is the player who wins Group A, suddenly because you know that he's going to have a 1 in 6 chance, he or she has the 1 in 6 chance of going through, that they tend to put them as the bookmakers' favourite. We saw it with Lee Budgeon a few weeks ago in week 12. Wait, that was won by John Henderson. Meanwhile, for Steve Brown here, he'll be hoping to put his name in the Super Series Wall of Honour, representing the ADC. And he's now looking for double 12 for a 2-0 lead. Across for double 6.
Like this, not being rushed, didn't feel right. Just sets and hits. He did that a few times in Group A as well. He will not be rushed. He does things on his time, and he normally does them quite well. Speaking of the odds,
game on.
I know you was on the Greyhound show this evening for Henry's highlights. Do you want to remind the viewers who may have missed the Greyhound show earlier what is in store for Henry's highlights tonight? I know a couple of weeks ago when I shared the commentary box for you, actually landed a 27-1.
All I'm going to say is even a broken clock is right twice a day. However, my tips for tonight is Keelan Kay to get the better of Aaron Beeney at 10-11. And I know exactly where you're going here because one of my tips is in this match. And currently, it's going quite well because I backed Steve Brown to get the better of Chaz Barstow at 6-5. I've actually also tipped Steve Brown to win this group at 7-2. And with darts like that, it could very much be a possibility.
134.
This game is warming up. But it's getting hot in here for Steve Brown.
180.
Back-to-back 180s.
He's finding a purple patch.
45. Steve, you require 42.
This is on 11.
Yeah,
oh, this is excellent from Steve Brown. He may be defying these odds of 7-2 here with a performance like this. Of course, it could be quite easy to get carried away with yourselves after one performance, but this is some way to start for Steve Brown. And he's just continuing. He's just flowing. He's just going with the flow.
And there's the swagger. And Steve Brown playing well. He just struts around that stage with an air of confidence.
123.
Like a peacock in the middle of the Amazon rainforest.
100.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Steve Brown tonight already. He's in the groove.
80.
He's in the mood for darting.
70.
As Barstow up against the ropes, backed into the corner and he started swinging.
180.
It's his first register of a score over the 140 mark. It's well timed.
64.
They're like a heavyweight boxer who knows that on points they're probably getting outdone, so they just try and throw punches to try and submit a knockout blow of some description.
94. Steve, you
94 there leaves him on 24 after 12. That's some counter punch, but Steve Brown could land the knockout blow, but he will not take out the 127 for the game.
39. Chaz, you require 24.
So we had an 11 in the last leg.
Yeah,
and we have a 14 in this. And Barstow breaks back, and back we go to 3-1.
Fifth flag is Chester through first. Game on.
Chaz Barstow was like very aware that we was all talking about Steve Brown. He was like, no, lads, I'm still here. I'm the favourite. I'm not going to be dislodged that easily.
So let's have some Chaz chat then, shall we, Matt? Because it's fair to say that Q School probably didn't go as to plan as he would have expected it to. But when we see him here, and especially in this Group B format, there's just something about the 8-game
42.
evening group that just clicks with him.
Yeah, there's no point in sugarcoating
78.
the fact of Q School and Chaz Barstow. When you say it didn't really go to plan for him, and I'm doing this by the standards of Chaz Barstow, it was an
85.
atrocious performance. Chaz Barstow should have been one of the people at the very end where we're doing the calculations and saying, has he got a card or not? Not does he get through to phase 2. Chaz Barstow is so much better than that. The beauty he's got is that wasn't his only one opportunity. No one's career will be defined by one single week. And we can't define Chaz Barstow by that. He's done so many good things that have earned him the respect to say we can't really judge him by that solo couple of days at Q School. But what he's got now already is an opportunity straight away to start 2023 the way that he's had other years go successfully for him. And this has been a format in which he has thrived in. I'm sure he'll want to be here on Saturday. I'm sure he wants to justify the faith that the bookies have put in him by installing him as such a strong favourite in this quality lineup.
And he is fighting his way back into this match. 76 points away from making this a one-leg encounter again. He's only going to get one dart. That dart is going to be a double 18.
58. Steve, you require 16.
Comes and goes, and so Brown for the match wants double 8. And it is game shots and the match for Steve Brown, who gets the better of Barstow by 4 legs to 1 with a proficient, efficient performance. And he's having a little bit of a jiggle to our end jingle as well. An 88.43 average, 2 maximums to his name. A brilliant performance to start for Steve Brown. He continues playing to those kinds of levels that we saw at times. He is going to be a very hard man to beat. Well, we're going to take a short break. When we return, it's the final man we're yet to see this week. It's one of Matthew Edgar's highlights of the week because we would have seen the winner by the end of it. Keelan Kay in action. He takes on Beeney. That's coming up after this commercial break.
So then, time for our first look at Keelan Kay this evening. He won 5 matches at Q School, didn't make it through to the final stage, but at this stage of his career is very much still benefiting from every experience and every opportunity that he is given. He's taken on Beeney, who was defeated 4-1 in his opener. He didn't get a dart at double until leg 4, but managed to register a leg with his second dart at the outer ring. Can he build on that 71.5 average posted in game 1, or will Kay condemn him to a second successive defeat? Let's hand to the commentary team of Matt and Henry to find out.
Abby, thank you very much. And it's been a case of today of darts then, wherever you may be. You're going to see the Lord of the board, said he. He'll try and lead you all, wherever he may be, and try and lead himself to Saturday night, said he.
He's playing Beeney. Just to keep that one going a bit. I love this part of the day. Game number 3 on Thursday evening, because you have now seen the winner. Now Keelan Kay has joined the lineup. You have seen all the players that are going to be on offer this week.
First leg, it's Keelan the throw first. Game on.
Keelan Kay, a young player, maturing quite well. Won a lot in these youth days.
140.
Won the England Youth Open in 2017. The British International Boys Competition. 2 PDC development tours in 2021. That being event number 2 and event number 9. And we know what the players was like
85.
in 2021 on that PDC development tour. A WWF World Cup Youth, World Cup Singles, World Cup Pairs.
140.
He was a dominant force in the youth game. Can he now start to translate that in 2023 to the senior ranks?
I was going to say, is Keelan Kay in that kind of club that a number of players around his age are that had such successful youth careers, but now need to translate that into senior results? That now is the time for that progression to happen. And maybe this is the vehicle. Maybe this is the springboard.
I mean, there is no rush. He's still very young. Got plenty of years ahead of him.
125.
The issue is not wanting it all straight away. And the problem is you go from youth, where you're winning all those titles like he was, to the seniors game, where
69. I mean, you require 76.
Quite often not enough, because the standard now is so deep. This was those shots that I said were Beeney shots.
56.
Just comes low, but already an improvement from Beeney in this one. I said he's going to grow as the day goes on.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg.
Keelan Kay holds his throw. The Lord of the board. I like that.
Second leg, it's Aaron the throw first.
In the last couple of weeks down here at the Super Series, we've had Keelan Kay, the Lord of the board. We've had Jared Cole,
95.
the King of the Castle. But Fallon Sherrick, who's the Queen of the Palace. Quite a royal theme going on down here, isn't there?
100.
Either that or the lineup for Songs of Praise has differed over the years.
$58.
I like nicknames though like that. It's better than something with a Y, you know. Mind you, I can't tell my name literally ends with a Y, but I don't know, it'd be like calling you Edgary or something like that. Be creative with the nicknames.
$30.
Just looking through the archives and seeing the recent results of Keelan Kay. Seems like he's run into Alex Small quite a lot, a player who's taking part in Group C. He'll probably be glad to not be playing him so he can play someone different.
92.
It's funny how that happens sometimes when you're out on the tours and the various events, that they're entered by hundreds of players, but you seem to gravitate to the same ones and play the same people over and over.
Did you ever have one in
60.
your career that you just always seem to have in a drawer somewhere?
For a period of time, Mervyn King and Justin Pipe just
99.
gravitated to me, and they just wouldn't go away. Although then again, I didn't mind. 'Cause I had quite a good record against them, so maybe I should have had more of that and less of the other 126 players.
40. Keelan, you require
Not as easy
80.
as that, though, is it? Can you make the 80 look easy, Keelan Kay, and open up a 2-0 lead against Beeney?
60. Aaron, you
Not this
require
time, and so Beeney is
160.
back for the 160 to level this game up at 1 apiece. Not going to happen this time, and so Kay is going to come back with another chance on double 10.
60.
It's a sizable
Keelan, you require
Beeney portion
20.
type finish, that one. The 160.
Yeah, that's game shot in the second line. Keelan Kay.
Keelan Kay breaks the throw. Now, that reference there,
Third leg, it's Keelan the throw first.
Beeney
Game
portion,
on.
that comes down to Aaron Beeney, and you'll remember this if you saw our Tour Mates feature we did a couple of weeks ago.
100.
That comes down to the fact that Aaron Beeney is the biggest eater I have ever seen in my life. Now, you can imagine on the darts tour.
100.
Oh, Beeney's nodding along to that's a Beeney portion size visit. 180, first one.
100.
But Beeney. But you can imagine like dart players on various people around the game, and you can imagine I've travelled the world. I've seen people of all different shapes and sizes. Look at Aaron
85.
Beeney. He does not look like somebody who would be the biggest, but you certainly do not want to be opening up an all-you-can-eat buffet next to this man.
Charlie Corsafine is a big eater himself.
57.
Put it this way, if you're going to an Italian restaurant and you're having carbonara, don't leave any behind because he'll put it in a doggy bag and eat it when he gets home.
140.
This is better from Aaron Beeney. 180, 85, 140. He's just lost his throw to Keelan Kay.
140. Aaron, you
And now
require
he's
96.
battling straight back. You remember I said the sort of two dart combinations are sort of Beeney territory. He loves a combination finish. He's gone for the double-double.
56. Keelan, you require
Asks
104.
if the lord of the board can rule over this leg.
56. Aaron, you require 40.
And so that only allows one at double 10.
20.
And it doesn't go. And so
Keelan,
it
you
gives the
require
Lord of the board a
48.
reprieve. Tops it is.
38. Aaron, you
I
require
actually think
20.
the big 19 last time probably unsettled Aaron Beeney a little bit. So this
Yeah, that's
situation
game
coming
short
back
in
to the
third
board,
leg.
with
Aaron
3
Beeney.
darts in hand, having a bit of processing time was a good thing there for Aaron Beeney. That 19 was very low, down by the
Forward leg, it's Aaron the
double
throw
19,
first.
and that was after
Game
a low
on.
dart on tops that went in the 1. One thing that Aaron Beeney is good at doing is getting into that right mindset to
100.
deal with the situation that is ahead of him. He has to with his job. A prison officer for many, many years. Imagine the sort of
100.
psychological training that he'd have to have gone under to be able to get into that moment like this is the now.
100.
Full credit has to go to people who do jobs like that. Extraordinary people who do extraordinary jobs.
41.
Playing so much better right now.
100.
When Beeney plays well, he gets that first start just under the treble 20 and then sits the next couple on top.
96.
He's starting to ask questions of Keelan Kay.
$100.
And he won't lie down. You could have forgive him. Waiting on that operation, then coming here and
41.
averaging
Aaron, you require
71.55 in his
101.
first match. Could have quite easily said, okay, he's here, he's trying, he's going to give us his best.
49.
He's now starting to find something a bit more like his best. 6 scores of a ton, 2 140s, a 180.
137. Aaron, you require 52.
Maybe 2 legs.
Yeah, that's game shot on the forward
And
line.
are
Aaron
we
Beeney.
seeing this again? It was a trend that we saw in the afternoon session where players go 2-0 up,
Fifth
look on the
lag, it's Keelan
cusp
the
of a
throw
3-0
first.
lead.
Team on.
The opponent brings it back to 2-1, and suddenly we see the whole pattern of the
45.
game change almost in front of our eyes.
Yeah, this is the point where Keelan's going to be
58.
earning his awards. Because this is experience coming in now. This is learning. He was 2-0 up, cruising. His opponent's played himself back
82.
into it. Now you've just got to re-stamp that authority. Beeney has
140.
picked up the pace. He's picked up the aggression within the throw.
And can that just simply
100.
come down to a little bit of belief?
It just comes to eradicating. When you're throwing low or you're throwing soft or you're throwing wide,
57.
the easiest thing to do is just propel. Throw the dart. Throw it with purpose. That's what he's trying to do in this situation.
96.
There is nothing to split these two at the moment. Finally sat in the balance.
85.
He is first to the finish. He will be getting a shot at the 161. What can Keelan Kay leave on?
83. Aaron, you require 161.
That's the 1.
41. Keelan, you require 95.
To regain the lead. He was 2-0 up in this one. 88 required. Can't finish, so Beeney will
28.
return.
Aaron, you require 120.
120 to break the throw, to take the lead for the first time in this match, and the first time today.
Well, that was what they'd say in
40.
cricket, a bit of a flyer.
Keelan, you require 67.
And so 1 dart at the top of the board for the lord of the
27.
board.
Aaron, you require
But it's not quite to
80.
be on this occasion. And the lord of the board may be forced to pay
60.
for his sins by the prison
Keelan, you
officer, but
require 40.
Beeney couldn't quite get that leg under lock and key, and so Kay returns for tops. Double 10.
30.
Not to be.
Aaron, you require
That's now
20.
2 from 12 on the outer ring for Keelan Kay, which is becoming a bit of a disdain as Beeney goes up for double 5. He's now having similar troubles trying to finish the leg off.
No score.
He decides to bust. He believes that's his best
Keelan, you
option.
require 10.
Both players will see this as an opportunity, but one of them's going to see it as an opportunity that's come and gone and passed them by. That one's bent the wire.
Yeah, that's
That one's
game short
in
in the fifth
between
leg.
the wires.
Keelan Kay.
Keelan Kay can breathe a big sigh of relief there. And Aaron Beeney will know that's an opportunity that's passed him by.
6 lag, it's
Not
Aaron
just
the
an
throw
opportunity
first.
to win that leg,
Game on.
but an opportunity to break the throw and an opportunity to be now throwing for his first 2 points of this group.
60. 54.
And if we was going to look at red pen moments, we could say that leg's a red pen moment. Red pen moments are important. That's why we write it in red.
100.
And I'd say it all unravelled for Keelan Kay there. At the point he hit the single 1 on the 68. Left himself 67 rather than a 2 dart such as a 48, just by staying straight.
60.
And it sort of unsettled him. He wasn't able to recompose. It took him a long time to see out the 67. He's just sort of, at the moment,
81.
stumbling towards the line.
$100. 44.
One of the things Aaron was concerned about was the length of matches, which is why he didn't go to Q School this year. But he thought that this would suit him. Playing the shorter format. Keelan Kay finds his first maximum of the game. That would have been a great time for Beeney to find his second, because it left him on a direct double 18. But it is a 107. This time it's for the match.
47. Aaron, you require 95.
To send us the distance for the first time tonight. Both our previous matches are won quite convincingly by Steve Brown and Andy Hamilton. There was a threat that early on in this that Keelan Kay was going to run away with things.
Keelan, you
He
require
may seal the victory
60.
now if he can pen this 60. 2 darts at tops for Keelan Kay.
Game shot.
Only needs
and
the
that's
one
Keelan Kay.
to seal the win. And Keelan Kay is a 4-2 victor over Aaron Beeney in his opening match of the week here at the Super Series. And he has a little bit of a thumbs up as he leaves the stage. He does so with 77 average, but that's probably caveated somewhat by the checkout percentage. 4 from 15, 26% on the outer ring. Aaron Beeney himself with just similar difficulties on the doubles, 2 from 8, but it is Kay who gets over the line and seals a 4-2 win. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it is a heavyweight Super Series ding-dong as Hamilton plays Barstow.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can come and join us on Saturday for finals night. Tickets are completely free and available via dartshop.tv. A reminder as well that we have a brand new start time this weekend. Finals night gets underway at 7:30 p.m. But this evening, looking to edge towards booking themselves a spot in the final, we have 5 players battling it out in Group B. Win so far for Hamilton, Brown and Kay. Next up, 2012 World Championship runner-up Andy Hamilton against Chaz Barstow. It's Barstow who leads their head-to-head 2-0, having recorded comprehensive victories over the Hammer on the Challenge Tour in 2019 and then at a Players' Championship event just under 2 years ago. He's looking for his first win of the evening in this one, though, having been comprehensively beaten by a brilliant Brown a little while ago. So to get match number 4 underway, let's hand back to our commentary team to guide you through the action.
Yes, thank you very much, Abby. Game 4 of our night, Hamilton against Barstow, and I suppose we're wondering what we're going to see from the Prince against the man in purple, Andy Hamilton. Hamilton, who did put the hammer down against Darren Beeney, a 4-1 success in the opening game of the night. It was a reversal of those fortunes for Chaz Barstow. Lost 4-1 to Steve Brown, as Abby rightly alluded to in the intro. Are we possibly, and there was only a point in the averages between the two in their opening games, but are we looking at a player perhaps in Hamilton on the incline, and perhaps Barstow who's just trying to find that form guide back, or trying to get the form guide back, should I say?
Yeah, Chaz Barstow.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
A couple of years ago, you'd have said he was on a massive upwards curve. He was doing well on the Challenge Tour, which got him a lot of Pro Tour invites. Qualified for the World Championship. I did say at the opening of our show, gave Michael van Gerwen a bit of a scare. I believe he went 1-0 up in that match in 2022. Won his first game on debut against John Norman Jr. Remember him, the Canadian that celebrated hitting a big 9?
84.
Now that's a player we've got to get here.
I would love John Norman Jr. week, 12 weeks on the trot. I think John Norman Jr. should be in week A every week.
I'm going to give you a game
74.
which would send darts social media crazy. Let's have John Norman Jr. against Andy Jenkins. Good luck to whoever's reffing that.
Yeah, that would be an interesting watch for sure. When it was watched at the World Championship, Chaz Barstow 3-1 victory, a 93 average there on debut. I can vouch for the fact that that is not an easy thing to do.
180.
How did you do on your World Championship debut, Matt?
I won the first set.
123.
Do you want to talk about any other World Championship appearances, or shall we just leave it there?
I don't mind talking about the one I won 3-0. 9 legs out of the 10 with a 75% checkout rate. That one's not too bad.
Have you decided to put Darius Labanauskas back
140.
on the Christmas card list yet?
Nope.
Well, Hamilton here has come out the traps, all guns are blazing,
57.
leaving
And you require
double 14
28.
after 12 darts.
Abby asked me at the start of the show about the 2 players that are coming out of Group A. I said, like I've said all week, I thought the 2 players coming out of that are going to go through.
That's games for
And
the
they are
first
playing right now
Andy
like
Hamilton.
2 players that are going to cruise through. Steve Brown looked very good in his opener when he beat
Second leg is
Chaz Barstow in game number 2. Now Andy Hamilton has started very well in trying to do the same. The big bookie's favourite,
59.
is starting to wobble. Probably should have picked one to oppose Chaz Barstow, because I said I didn't like the price.
42.
I didn't pick one to oppose. I think I'd probably have gone either with Henry's highlights, which was Steve Brown, or probably would have stuck with the Hammer.
43.
I think it's one of the Group A qualification players.
I would like to say that I'm now 2/3 of the way through Henry's highlights because Keelan Kay beat Aaron Beeney at 10-11. And so now we just need a game between Steve Brown and Aaron Beeney to go under 5.5 legs to complete the treble. And then we need Steve Brown to win the group at 7-2 tomorrow to complete the bet.
45.
Henry's highlights comes to you around about 8:30 on Sporty Stuff TV during the Greyhound coverage. You're in a bit of form now.
I mean, let's not push it. Henry's highlights from 8:30, then we
60.
get Henry's drivel from 10. Or Deacon's drivel from 10.
59.
Or for like most of us who work here, from the moment you arrive.
Brilliant. Some people have to put up with me.
Have we got the tungsten teaser tonight, have we?
We'll do that very shortly. Although I do feel like, you know, we have neglected our brand new member of the commentary team because I just realised we've still got David the Duck with us. We'll talk about him the next leg because Hamilton here, 150 for a 2-0 lead. Another one of them.
$90. Chaz, you require 155. 60. And you require 60.
To double his lead. But to double it with this break of throw. Everything's just looking comfortable for Andy Hamilton, who does this on purpose.
Yeah, that's
That is not a full dart. Andy Hamilton will deliberately go for the small part of the 20 in order to give himself a clean dart at the tops. We've seen him do this earlier in the week, and we sent out the scouting team. Okay, it was Owen. Owen had a word with him. And
well, we've got to get him to do something around here.
And he got the dart underneath the treble 20. And now it's a risky tactic. It's a smaller section of the board. But if you can get it right, it does give you that clear
60.
open target. Now, because Andy Hamilton's dart's light up, he could lose an area of the target because he could block part of it off, or he could carry a dart across if he catches the flight. You want to catch the flight on these two. That is the dart that we're talking about there, where the two darts are sat in and he can catch the flight and he just goes underneath. That's what he's worried about with the tops. Perfectly timed there for the Hammer to give us a visual explanation of what I'm talking about. It's not the first time we've seen people think about this as well. Dowell Gurney, we've seen him talk about what he calls the flatty dart, where he moves his grip beyond the central balance point. So he holds behind the balance point. By moving his finger and thumb in front of the balance point, it lands his dart in flat. That opens up
44.
the 20 bed.
143.
The evolution of the thinking dart player.
Now we're seeing an elevation to Hamilton's game here. 102 average, threatening the 143. Barstow all the way back on 301. And then the minute has no answer for this Hammer barrage.
54. And you require 56.
3-0. Oh, he's missed the big number. And so that makes things slightly more precarious, but he's going to get to his end destination by hook or by crook, and he has the luxury of time. With Barstow all the way back on 247.
Don't know about having luxury of time. He's still got the luxury of time. Chaz Barstow can't leave a finish, which means Andy
34.
Hamilton's going to get a
And you
minimum
require
6
40.
darts here. Take a 3-0 lead. He took a 3-0 lead in his opening game against Aaron Beeney.
Yeah, that's game
He
for the
follows the same trend
Andy Hamilton.
in his second game here against Andy Hamilton. He is Andy Hamilton against Chaz Barstow.
Forward lag is Chaz
He
the
can't
through
beat
first.
himself.
Game on.
Although we've seen that in the past, haven't we? Seen people sort of beat themselves and back themselves into a bit of a corner. Keelan Kay nearly did that in his game against Aaron Beeney. He looked like he was going to sort of overthink the situation.
$96.
We'll see Keelan Kay in action again in our next game. He'll be taking on Steve Brown, who was mightily impressive in his victory over Chaz Barstow, who gets his second maximum of the day. First one of this game, but he hasn't managed to register a single dart at a double yet in this one. You think that might be about
44.
to change.
Now, the one issue that Chaz Barstow
91.
has, you can see the bulbous size of his barrel there. And if the first dart just sinks below, and then has issues trying to move it up towards the top part of the treble bed.
140. Chaz you require 90. $70.
That was the first start of the double for Chaz Barstow. He will get 3 more. If he is to convert that, 3 more is the amount of legs he's going to need. They need to win every single leg from this point if he's going to win this match.
180. Chaz you require 20.
No guarantee he's going to win this one now. No guarantees at all.
10.
Scoreboard pressure.
And you require 41.
And this could be a 4-0 win wrapped up for Andy Hamilton. An impressive performance. 3 maximums. That last one has set him up the opportunity for the match if he can nail this double
Game
8.
shot, earn a match.
And that's
Andy
exactly
Hamilton.
what he does. And Andy Hamilton just doing well. Andy Hamilton things. 4-0 win, 95.5 average, 3 maximums, all in 4 legs work for Andy Hamilton. 4 out of 8 on the doubles, 50% as well. The hammer gets over the line, seals the points against Barstow. We're going to take a short break when we're going to see Brown up against Kay.
Next up tonight then, two players who will know each other very well indeed. ADC chairman and qualifier Steve Brown takes on someone who probably has quite a lot to thank Bomber for in Keelan Kay, who has benefited massively from the JDC system. Keelan Kay raced into a 2-0 lead against Beeney in his first match, had a little mid-match wobble on the outer ring, missing 11 darts at double in total, but recomposed to get over the line and get 2 points on the board. As for Brown, he also won his opener, but in contrasting fashion, having been clinical against Barstow. Which of the two will move on to 4 points at this early juncture in Group B? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Matt.
Yes, thank you very much, Abby. And upon completion of this game, we'll be at the halfway point of the action here in Group B for the evening. And on a marathon day of darts, quite literally like I don't think any other we've ever seen before. From 9:30 this morning, Matthew Edgar, there was only 1 hour in the day where there was not darts on your television screens in some way, some shape, some form.
Well, that's going to need addressing in future. Then it's got to have an hour of no darts. It's a dartathon.
Didn't fancy doing a live stream?
Not today. Not today.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Pretty impressed with Steve. Not just what we're seeing on the left-hand side of our screen,
60.
where we're looking at the darts landing in the board, but his whole approach play. Everything about what Steve Brown is doing right now is of the player
59.
you'd expect of him to have been, considering what he has achieved within his career.
$95. 100.
Keelan Kay getting off the board then in his previous game against Beeney, but would you feel as if he would...
60.
He'd know that there's gears to go despite picking up the points?
Yeah, if I was Keelan, I'd be very, very happy with the points.
140.
But I would just be slightly concerned. And it's not the first time when watching Keelan I've felt this way, that
140.
as soon as he gets a little bit of breathing room, he gets a little bit ahead of his opponent. His opponent always seems to come back into the game.
Steve, you
he can't
require
just get over the
146.
line. We spoke earlier in the week about players that play better in front or behind. I feel like Keelan's one of these that, when in front, the averages
98.
trail
Keelan, you
off
require
very
144.
slightly.
55. Steve, you require 48.
All around this segment of the board. Brown opts for tops.
Yeah, that's
Brown
good for the
gets
first
tops.
leg.
And he
Steve Brown.
leads by a leg to nil. After this one, every player would have played 2 games each. The
Second leg,
table will
it's
begin
Keelan through
to
first. Game on.
take shape. We know already that we're going to have 2 players pointless at the midway point of the night. Beeney and Barstow
60.
yet to win their opening 2 encounters. And we also know that there's going to be 2 players logged on 4 points. And so, effectively, the
85.
player who loses this game kind of plays the mean of the group.
100.
Okay. I didn't want to guess it. I wanted to give you the correct information because my vibe has actually been confirmed. The vibe is that Keelan Kay doesn't play as well when in front.
140.
That is backed up by data. Over the last 12 months, Keelan Kay, when he is leading a match, his average is 80.38.
134.
When he is losing, it is 83.56. 3.22 better when he's playing
58.
in a losing position. Now, the significance of that is that 83 actually goes into the boundary of an 18-dart leg,
83.
which, if we break that down into blocks of 3, means he needs 6 visits to the board when he's behind. He goes over the 18-dart barrier
60.
when he's
Keelan, you
winning,
require
which means he
124.
needs 7 visits to the board. That there is the next step of progression to Keelan Kay. to bring it all into that
56.
6
Steve,
visit
you require
bracket
158.
rather than when he's winning going into the 7.
Because effectively, at that point, you're relying on your opponents to miss. And you can rely on that this time from Steve Brown. This is
58.
visit number 6 in the leg.
68.
And this is a 68 to level proceedings up. 2 darts at double
that's
4,
Kingston
only
in the
needs the
second
1.
leg. Keelan Kay.
And that is 1-1. Ain't seen a missed dart at double yet.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
We saw at a point, didn't we,
97.
towards the end of that game against Chaz Barstow for Steve Brown, just a real purple patch from him,
100.
where he was hitting ton 40s for fun, hitting ton 80s for fun. But perhaps what's been more impressive from him this week is the fact that he has been able to find this kind of streamline to his game.
Just delving a little bit
100.
deeper, actually, into that theory. And I think here we have found the bit that Keelan Kay needs to take that step from being a dominant force in the youth game to being a dominant force in the seniors and the adult
99.
game. Average when thrown for the match drops down even further, goes below the 80s, goes into the 70s.
131.
Average in deciding legs is in the 70s. That has gone into that 7 visit game.
100. Keelan, you require 170.
Got a question about that in the next leg, but let's see whether Kay can net the fish. There will not be any late
98.
night
Steve,
fishing,
you require
Richie
80.
Howson style right now, and so Brown tops. Oh,
Yeah,
more
that's
than get it,
Keyshawn
Steve!
in the
More than
third
get
leg.
it!
Steve Brown.
Goodness me, that dangled.
Forward leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
I'm not sure Steve Brown moved much quicker there, though. I think he just took lots of extra steps and just moved his legs more.
134.
Nice finish, though.
Is it like, you know, when you try and run for a
100.
bus or a train, you don't actually run, but you make the footsteps big enough to make it look as if you're going faster than you actually are.
57.
You tend to find what people do is they actually just lift their legs more, so there's a bigger range of movement, but it's not propelled in a forwards direction.
60.
Because actually, in that situation, you don't want to rock the stage, you don't want to wobble it too much. I'd have probably tiptoed.
Because if you...
60.
I can't even believe we're talking about this as an analytical point, but if you actually stamp your toe too much, I mean, the way that was basically dangled there, it could have just fallen out at any moment.
And if you're wondering why we're talking about this so much, the actual rule in darts is the darts need to be retrieved for it to count. If that dart would have fell out before Steve Brown retrieved the darts, it would not have counted. It would have been back to 40 points. Now, a retrieval of the dart is as simple as the dart being disturbed. So he doesn't have to actually get the dart physically in his hand. As long as he touches the dart, if that dart falls out after he's touched it, it doesn't matter. It's counted as retrieve. Because Steve Brown has disturbed the dart that was in the board. Hasn't just fell out on its own accord.
57. $45. Keelan, you require 72.
So many theories you could write about that, but the only theorem that Keelan Kay wants to write here is a 72 for 2-2, and that is exactly what he does. And a level game we have. Now that one, there was no bone of conjecture. That was definitely smack bang in the double.
Target, Steve to throw first. Game on.
Now this might sound stupid,
100.
what I'm about to say here. But we are in an empty room here. Now say it's on a Saturday night when there's a crowd in, and say a lot of people, you know, stomping feet, smacking down tables, things like that. Can little things like that actually push the dart out, or am I just being completely stupid?
180.
I mean, I think it's unfair on this moment just to single out this moment for that statement.
58.
What, me being stupid? Thanks, Matt.
But in regards to that, yeah, the things like that can knock them out. Now, there is obviously discretion of the referee. I've asked the referees about this before, and it says if the game's on and they've called game shot and the music hits and everything's going round and the dart then falls out, they're not going to go, oh, hold on a minute.
140. Steve, you
We've got
require
to carry on
91.
this game. Darts fell out before he's retrieved it. So there is a bit of discretion in there as well. There is a rule in the rule book, I believe,
51.
Where the referee's decision is sort of final regardless of what we go with. So their sort of say and power in that moment can pretty much eradicate the entire rule book anyway.
Steve, you require 40.
I'm sure Peter Manley would have more than his say. Tots of
That's
13
Gibson in
darts.
the
That's
fifth
impressive
one.
from Steve Brown. 3-2 leading. 5 eggs played, not a missed dart at double. Actually, Steve Brown's 4 out of 3 on the outer ring, if you consider the fact he went for a double-double to win his second leg.
95.
Good game, this one. So far, both players over the 90. No missed darts at the double. Plenty of big
57.
power treble visits. Gonna say it. So far, this would be clipped. as game of the day.
Sure, we'll see on the highlights package.
83.
In fact, I've misworded that. I said game of the day. This
96.
ain't a game of day. This is a match.
There might be some copyright problems, though.
When we look at the
60.
difference between a game or a match, a game is 2 players playing darts. A match is 2 players of equal standards, putting forward equal stats that come down
60.
to moments. That come down to moments.
140. Keelan, you require 110.
Needs him on a finish, but it's more handy for Kay, but that's a slip into the single one.
74. Steve,
So
you require
forgo the
161.
potential second opportunity to leave a dart at the double at this turn. And Steve Brown could well take the 161 for the match.
Just making sure he will not do anything
78.
he doesn't want to do.
Keelan, you require 36.
Obviously something comical on the stage. But it'll be no laughing matter for Keelan Kay
18.
if he misses the
Steve,
double
you
9.
require 83.
And so Brown is back for the match. And is going to get 2 at double 16.
Game shot.
And Steve Brown
Steve
seals back-to-back successes as he gets the better of Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 2. It moves him on to 4 points in the table. And there's the Steve Brown jiggle. I think I have to call it the Steve Brown jiggle now. A 4-2 win for the man from Bristol. 90 average, 4 out of 5 on the doubles. A proficient, efficient display from the Bristolian to get the better of Kay in that Southwest Tuxton dust-up. Well, that's our halfway point of the night. Matthew Edgar's going to make his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Abigail Davis. And next up is Aaron Beeney in action against Chaz Barstow.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve Brown has just got the better of Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 2. Another clinical display there from Steve Brown. Really does look to be picking up from where he left off yesterday, doesn't he?
Absolutely. I'm not surprised at all. I expected Steve Brown to come here and be one of the top players battling out to win the group, not to get through, but to win this group. Andy Hamilton, exactly the same. We said this morning, did the players that played Group A benefit from playing Group A? I don't believe they did for the players that played in Group C this morning, because they didn't really have anything positive to come out of that Group A. These are 2 players that came out of Group A smelling of roses. They came out of there looking good. They had plenty to build on. They put good performances and consistently. Consistency is the key at the Super Series when you're playing here all week. And they're 2 players that look, for me, assured to get through this group.
Yeah, and at this point, we are halfway through the night's action. Let's have a little look at the league table at this halfway point, and you can see that it is Andy Hamilton out in front with that +7 legs difference column. And that's really been the key, hasn't it? He's dropped just 1 leg so far. Can you see his form faltering at any point, or do you think he will get through to finals night?
I think the top 2 are set. I think those 2 players are going to go through. I think the rest of the players are battling out for that 1 place, which is going to be a wide open position. We've seen these 3 players play well in spurts, and whoever can put this together, I think 6 points might be enough to get that last place, and it's just whoever wins out of those mini battles between them. Forget the games against Steve Brown and Andy Hamilton. If you can get one of those wins, bonus. But let's just assume they're going through for now, and let's look at those bottom 3 and see who's going to battle it out on that last spot.
Yeah, and let's have a little look at Chaz Barstow. How do you assess what's gone wrong for him so far tonight?
I don't know whether he's starting to believe what's gone wrong for him himself, or if he's looking at that form line, that short-term form line. It's the first thing we pick up on. We go, wow, it didn't really happen for him at Q School. But I keep saying, you can't be defined by a week. You've got a whole year. You've got a whole career ahead of you. And 1 week does not define your career. It doesn't define what you're going to do or the direction you can go in. The good thing about darts right now is there are so many directions you can go in. He could go play on the Challenge Tour, do well on the Challenge Tour, and then he's in the Pro Tour anyway. It'll be as good as having the Tour card, and then you'll forget all about Q School very quickly. You come here, you win one of these weeks, you forget about it. You've got the ADC, you've got the WDF. There are so many options now that you can't dwell just on missing out on that 1 opportunity with the PDC Tour.
Yeah, and he's up next taking on Aaron Beeney. How do you think, we've talked about his injury, do you think at any point it could have a detrimental impact, him playing through this injury in the long term?
Absolutely not. With Aaron Beeney's very good mindset, that comes down to his profession and his career and the training that he has had and the training that he needs in order to deliver that profession. And he'll be able to block this out very easy, very quick. He'll be disappointed if it doesn't go well for him, but he can certainly go back to the hotel and he'll come here tomorrow as if today's never even happened. And I just look at this match that's coming up now, and when we say those players that are battling it out, and I think there's a space open for one of these 3 players, that makes this a big 2 points.
Indeed, it does. A very intriguing clash up next. Both players looking for their first victory in Group B. Let's hand over to Henry Deacon to get this one underway.
Why, thank you very much, Abby. And so, Game 6 sees the basement battle between Beeney and Barstow, both looking to get their opening victory to their Group B campaign. Chaz Barstow, the Prince from Winchester. Perhaps surprised that he's at the bottom of the table, because he was the man that the bookmakers tipped to win the whole week. As for Aaron Beeney, the 39-year-old from Sittingbourne, made the last 1-2-8 of the UK Open during his 2 years as a PDC Tour card holder. He is playing through the pain barrier somewhat. Issues with his shoulder. But he is showing glimpses. He's showing signs. But he'll be hoping to piece it together throughout the course of a best-of-7 encounter.
100.
And it is the baked Beeney who has the darts.
58.
Yeah, I did meet up with Aaron Beeney earlier on this afternoon. We went for a chicken meal, and he actually earmarked this as one of the games he's looking forward to, but at the same time says Chaz Barstow likes to do scary things against him. Said the last time they played that Chaz Barstow actually recorded an average of 106
58.
against him. This, though, completely different Chaz Barstow to that one.
Now I know why you declined my invitation for dinner today.
60. 60.
I was wondering why I had a load of WhatsApp messages that didn't have blue ticks on it, or had blue ticks and were left on red.
57.
Barstow yet to a treble in this leg and this match. Just looks like a man who's completely void of confidence
58.
right now. A man who's expecting the worst all the time. Maybe a man who's feeling a little bit of pressure as well, knowing that he is the heavy favourite, not just for this group, but also for the week, as Aaron Beeney, a bit of a mess of that one in terms of the counting stakes, leaves himself on 166. He realises what he's done as he looks on the scoreboard. Despite Chaz Barstow having one more point to get, he can actually check out his finish of the 167. He's going to need 2 trebles.
Chaz, you
He's only
require
found one so
167.
far in 15 darts.
$59. Aaron, you require 106. 98. Chaz, you require 108.
Surrounding the treble 20 at the moment, Aaron Beeney. But Barstow looking for a Shanghai on the 18s.
76.
A long way off.
Aaron, you require
He tried to
8.
hook that one round. He couldn't see much of that.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first line.
Aaron Beeney
Aaron Beeney.
gets over the line in 23. A little slide
Second
of the
leg is
head.
Chaz to throw first. Game on.
But like I said to Abby, Aaron Beeney, very good at that sort of strong
43.
mentality. That doesn't matter. I've got that done. Now let's get on to the next.
85.
And both players will know that they haven't hit the height scene, but they can just pick up 2 points here. Remember, it's third place that goes through.
99.
So you give yourself those opportunities. And we have seen players who have picked up just 2 points on the opening night's play in Group B go on and actually claim a place in the
140.
finals on a Saturday night. So it's not a foregone conclusion that a bad opening day in this particular group means that your chances are done and dusted. But
100.
of course, it helps with points on the board.
David Pallett springs to mind, a player that
60.
lost all his games on the first day and then won them all on the next and qualified through. Having a little think. Switches down to the 19s. Clever darts
59.
there from Barstow, just to keep the shot active as long as possible. Beeney having a think of the maths as well.
81.
Aggressive dart, risky dart, got away with it. 25 and ball would have probably been the safer play. But he doesn't like that dart just sitting under the treble. Barstow is
100.
so far off the
Aaron,
pace
you
right
require
now.
135.
So he's going to go 15s here. He's going to go along for the 18s.
83. Chaz, you
So
require
Barstow back for a
100.
ton to level this game up. Now, Barstow has a real tendency to go tops and has quite a proficiency
40.
at it.
Aaron, you require 52.
And then decided to go back downstairs after missing the first dart at the double. It's 2, a double 16 for Beeney to open up a 2-0 lead.
20. Chaz, you require 60.
Not to be, and so Barstow is back. Tops has to shimmy across. There's a lot of room to the left-hand
that's game shot in
side.
the second leg. Chaz
So why didn't you
Barstow.
just plonk it on top?
This is 2 players
Third
Who
lag,
are
it's
aware
Aaron the
of the
throw
magnitude
first.
of the
Game
situation
on.
right now. You're aware of how important a couple of points in this fixture could be.
80.
You just feel that if one player can just find 12, 15 darts, it
180.
could turn this game completely around. There's three of the best. Three of the very best. It gets no better than a maximum. It gets no better than a 180.
59. $57. $100.
Good last again there from Beeney. Digs himself out of a situation.
$40.
And following the 180 from Chaz Barstow. 57. 40.
$74.
That first start is the lie of dreams for Barstow.
140.
I won't see many players at the Super Series hit more 140s than Chaz Barstow.
26.
Oh, and that leaves Beeney on a
84.
no finish. This is a big opportunity now for Chaz Barstow to break the throw. He doesn't have to chase the 14 and bull. He can pick his
52.
double. Chooses 32. That's just the issue. If Beeney would have stayed straight, it would have forced Barstow on the bull.
60. Chaz, you
This
require
is 3 darts for
32.
Chaz to get a break of throw. If he's going to
Yeah,
win this
that's game
game, he's
for the
going to
third
need to
line.
break the
Chaz
Beeney
Barstow.
throw. And he has now achieved that feat.
Four
So he's
laggers,
baked
Chaz to throw
baked
first.
Beeney.
Game on.
Yeah, he's opened that can of worms. Or, as we should say, that can of baked beanies.
60.
And now he'll find himself in the soup of doubt. If you carry on, there'll probably be a bowl of sick around.
95.
Talking about bowls, you looking forward to the Super Bowl on Sunday?
Not really, no. I'm not really a fan of the American football, to be honest.
95.
The Chiefs and the Eagles, Sunday. Rihanna doing the halftime show.
Speaking of Chiefs and various
60.
sort of characters, Aaron Beeney was described as a character. He's described, and his image and his look, someone said
59.
he looked like a Viking. But a Viking, as if you'd ordered it from one of these cheaper websites.
180.
Sure there is an NFL team called the Vikings.
$58.
Is it the Minnesota Vikings? I think it might be the Minnesota Vikings.
I think you're forgetting the part where I says I don't really watch American football, and then you're asking me questions about it.
60.
I take it you know nothing about the halftime show.
Still no.
Rihanna performing this year. Mind you, they let anyone perform on a halftime show these days. Even Coldplay's had a little bit of a go on that.
125. Aaron, you require 106.
A good effort again. Beeney's throwing well in terms of the darts are so close to the treble, they're just not going in.
26.
And this can start to cause
Chaz, you require
frustration
104.
because he's getting on the wire. This can still go. The ball.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Chaz Barstow.
Wow. Big, big moment in terms of this game.
Fifth
Chaz
leg, it's
Barstow,
Aaron to throw first. Game on.
Who's had a torrid time of things so far today. Until now, I'd only won the one leg. 77 average. 84
60.
He's only had 7 darts at double until this match. He had a shot at the 104 in the first leg and was a long way off of it. When it came to the double 18, he was nearly on the
97.
treble 4. In that situation, the treble 1, treble 17 and the ball. And for Aaron Beeney, it must just feel like a little bit more of the same. Here we go again.
140.
All of a sudden, Chaz Barstow standing a little bit more upright. The shoulders are a little bit further back. The chest is coming out. And he's starting to believe that he can pick up some points.
45.
It's funny what a little bit of confidence can do to you.
$100.
Beeney needs a couple of trebles. Minimum 1.
58.
And that gives Chaz Barstow 6 darts at this 124. The 124 that will seal the match. That will seal the points.
40.
So to seal
60. Chaz Unicorn 84.
first win of the group. 2 darts at double 12. Only needs the one. It's a 14 darts at the finish for Chaz Barstow. A 4-1 success against Aaron Beeney. Barstow sealing a 4-1 success, doing so with an 82.43 average. 2 maximums in that match, a high checkout of 104. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's Hamilton against Brown.
Well then, we've just seen Chaz Barstow come through in a battle between the players at the bottom of the Group B table. Now our attention turns to the two players who've won their opening 2 matches and looked very convincing indeed in doing so, in Brown and Hamilton. Of course, both players involved in Group A action earlier this week, and it's Andy Hamilton who leads the head-to-head for the week 2-1, having won 4-1 on Tuesday and Wednesday. Two players who know each other very well indeed. The Hammer also leads their overall head-to-head with notable victories in the quarter-final of a Players' Championship event back in 2007 and in a UK Open qualifier in 2012. Whose O is going to go in Group B? Predictions, please, Matt and Henry.
Oh, predictions. This is where it gets a bit tasty when you give us the top 2 players in the group, the 2 players positions 1 and 2. The 2 players, I think, will both go through this group, but in what positions do they go through? You have to win the group to go through. Positions 1, 2 and 3. Go through to Saturday night. They'll be joining John Worsley. Yes, I am stalling. And I'm also going to pass it to Henry Deacon. Who do you think wins this one, Henry?
Steve Brown. Because I've got Steve Brown to win this group at 7-2, and I think Andy Hamilton is the most likely
First
player
leg
to
is
dislodge
Andy to
him.
throw first. Game on.
This could be a long night, Matthew Edgar.
These two won't feel like this is a long night.
140.
These are 2 players that, when it's going well, you just want to play all night. You just want everyone to come on. You want more challenge. Where's the competition? These are the 2 people that will be battling it out for the big competition this week. I expect both these to be in
140.
Saturday night's final. Both of them will be hoping to scoop the £5,000 prize. Both of them are playing well enough.
95.
Not just to scoop this title, but to feel like they've got a chance when it comes down to the big one. Although they will have an almighty wait. And we saw this with the last series. People that sort of got through later on was able to keep that form,
140.
where the players that got through quite early had to sit and wait. These are going to have a 12-week wait if they are to qualify through and get themselves into the Super Series 3
81.
Grand Finals.
I have a theory about this, which we'll talk about in the next leg. Meanwhile, Andy Hamilton has 81 for the opening leg. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye. So went across for the 10s.
49.
And so returns to 32 after 12.
$100. And you require 32.
I'm going to give you a little prediction, actually, in the next leg. Just check the score there to see how close Steve was.
No score. Steve, you require 108.
Will he be happy with what he saw with Steve on 108? He needs a treble. Can't do it. Big 3. So now he can set this one up as best as he can. Pick his double. Chooses 16.
76. And you require 32.
He's going to get a shot at that double 16. First, needs Andy Hamilton to miss it again.
But that is wishful thinking.
Yeah, that's game
Very wishful thinking.
Andy Hamilton.
When it comes to Andy Hamilton, who leads Steve Brown by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
And you mentioned in the last leg
57.
about there being a long layoff between, obviously this being the first week of the process and then going all the way to the end of April and the start of May for the grand finals of this series. Last time out, we had that break, didn't we, over Christmas, and we had Q School at the beginning of the year. This time round, we're at the beginning of the year. There's a lot of new things to look forward to in the year. And so maybe as a consequence, actually, it could go the other way round in the fact that at the beginning of the year, you've already got something quite big to look forward to.
Yeah, mark your calendar with things to look forward to. You don't just want to be playing event after event with no big end goal in sight.
59.
Although for Steve Brown, I feel like, and I've mentioned this word many times already this week, it's a bit of a holiday for Steve Brown. The ADC who is here representing, he's the chairman of that.
58.
He's the chairman of the JDC. A lot of commitment inside darts other than just throwing them.
140.
He does that well as well. And I've promised you a little bit of a look into the next game. I cannot believe the odds that the bookmakers are quoting in that match. Chaz Barstow, who,
180.
let's face it,
Steve,
has
you
had a
require
bad year,
150.
and he's not turned up here playing much better, is 1-3 to beat Keelan Kay.
45, and you require
Keelan Kay
147.
9-2 for that match. I'm not saying Keelan Kay is going to win. I'm saying that is grossly overpriced.
That could be the value of the night.
131.
That's set up quite nicely by Hamilton, and so
Steve,
Brown
you require
returns
105.
for the 105 to level up. Went for the bullseye route. However, that's not a disaster because at least 90.
49, and you require 16.
For a 2-0 lead. And to stop the dancing of Steve Brown.
Yeah, that's game
or at
shot in
least
the
to halt
second
it,
leg. Andy Hamilton.
because I'm sure he'd be dancing if he was to leave here with 6 points.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
He will have another game to go. That will come in 1 game's time. He'll come back up to take on Aaron Beeney, who's yet to record a win. But yeah, that 9-4 Keelan Kay, the more I look at it, the more I think that is value. In a 1st-to-4 game, no draw,
60.
just win or lose. And Chaz Barstow has been, well, if we look at the power stuff, he's the only player who's recorded a 100-plus checkout tonight, and he hit the most 180s. But yet,
81.
the rest of the bits, the gelling together scores, far too many trebleless visits. Keelan Kay will get opportunities. It's just, does he take them? At 9-4,
85.
you got to think it's a play.
Because so far tonight, Keelan's consistency probably wins out in that particular encounter. Can we see a hammer surge?
140. 96.
This is good from the hammer.
135.
He's playing well. Played well all week. I wonder if this will just come into his favour a little bit. He seems to have the stamina
82.
to keep this level of
you
performance
require
really up there
62.
at the very top. Double 16.
Yeah, that's game shot in the third leg. Andy Hamilton.
Yeah, I was just wondering in regards to John Worsley, who'll now be sat. He might be watching this, but
Forward
he won't
leg,
be
it's Steve to throw
throwing darts
first.
in this sort of
Game on.
environment. It just makes you think, if Andy Hamilton can keep doing this and keep getting better and keep that level of performance, he's going to come into Saturday night with
100.
no questions. He's going to come in here knowing all the answers. Are we looking here at the week 1 champion?
Well, we've certainly seen him already.
95.
But I wonder how.
180.
If Brown gets a max. What the bookmakers will make of proceedings here. Chaz Barstow was
60.
the bookie's favourite. Going into tonight's session, however,
180.
as Brown goes for back-to-back 180s here to try and stem the tide against Hamilton. I wonder whether the market will change. Maybe Jonathan Worsley, the man who won Group A, may just actually come in the market a bit.
The market is going to change.
40.
That is
Steve
no doubt.
41.
Because Chaz Barstow is the man at the moment who is very heavily
That's game
fancied to
shot
win
on the
this
fourth
week.
leg. Steve Brown.
And right now, you've got to say,
Fifth flag, it's Andy to
John
throw
Worsley,
first. Game on.
Andy Hamilton, Steve Brown, Shane McGurk, all looking a lot more likely than Chaz Barstow, who started the week at 5-2.
140.
Steve Brown, couple of maximums in the last leg, back to back.
56.
180s for Steve Brown. That is 180 number 4 and 5 of the day so far. Even at 3-1 down in this one, he's still averaging around the 90 mark, which is the par average for taking titles here. And this is exactly what we thought it would be. This is a quality battle between the two players in positions 1 and number 2.
140.
The 4th maximum of the game, evenly split 2 apiece. And Andy Hamilton pushes up towards the 100 average mark.
And he's elevating the performances again. 85 first game, 95
81.
second. Now at 98. It's just been really good stuff on the hammer as he looks to close out
100.
victory.
And you require 100.
For a big hammer blow. To put him firmly at the top of the table. Because Steve Brown's not on a finish, he hasn't gone tops.
84.
He hasn't stayed on the 20s. He has opted to leave himself on a much more preferable double. A double of choice.
105.
That double of choice
And you require
is
16.
double 8. And after just 12 darts, he has 3 darts now. 3 darts for the leg, 3 darts for the match.
Game shot
3
and a
darts
match.
for the
Andy
top
Hamilton.
of the table. Andy Hamilton hits the top of the table after a 4-1 success there over Steve Brown. A good quality battle between the two of them, sharing 4 180s across the match. But game number 4 of the week between Andy Hamilton and Steve Brown goes the way of the hammer. They will be taking each other on again tomorrow, and they'll be hoping for another game on Saturday night. But we've got a few more games to go before then. Coming up next, we've got Chaz Barstow and Keelan Kay.
3 more games remaining this evening then. Chaz Barstow will become the first player to complete his round of games for the night. He takes on Keelan Kay and will be hoping to build on the performance delivered against Beeney last time out. It looked halfway through that match as though something started to click for Barstow. Can he leapfrog his opponent and move on to 4 points, or can Kay put his defeat to Brown behind him to join Bomber on 2 wins? Kay impressive in that defeat and will certainly be able to take confidence from aspects of the display, especially his finishing early on. He's been the more consistent of the two tonight, so will fancy his chances in this one. To talk you through all the ebbs and flows in this one, here's Henry Deacon and Matt Edgar.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, this one's going to have some twists and turns, and this is one of those games of those 3 players that I mentioned at the halfway point, that we're going to be looking at 3 players battling out for, I believe, 1 place. That is if Steve Brown and Andy Hamilton continue to do the job that they are putting forward in the early stages of this group. And we did allude in the last game to the prices on this one. And same with what we've seen so far. Very surprised to see Keelan Kay at 9-4. We have seen that move in. A lot of people agreeing that that price far too big.
First leg is Chester throw first. Game on.
Odds on the off. Keelan Kay going off at 7-4. Barstow 2-5. Abby did make a very
33.
good point. Made reference to that performance of Chaz Barstow, saying how at the midway point against Beeney, it started
60.
to find something. Has found the only ton plus finish of anybody in this group so far. That was the 104
41.
that he took out on the bull. But this is the problem for me with Chaz Barstow at the moment, these loose starts.
100.
That's why I just think Keelan Kay represents a little bit of value. These are not loose. These are perfect from Barstow, and you can see on the reaction. This is a man just void of confidence.
82.
When you hit perfection, when you fill up the treble 20, and the reaction is that of almost where have you been?
93. $137. Chester
It's one of those
required
situations where
154.
the brilliance overrode the maths.
95.
Taylor used to do similar
Keelan
sort of
required
shots.
122.
Never used to believe in counting and the different routes. He just hit everything he went for.
54. Chester required 59.
Tops.
39. Keelan, you
Keep
require
his winning
68.
run of legs going. But Keelan Kay, 2 points on the board already.
36.
Has Barstow
Chester
2 points on the board.
20.
Keelan Kay currently in that 3rd position due to the 0 leg difference.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first
This
leg.
is the sort of
Chaz
game
Barstow.
where those leg differences could really get eaten into. Barstow on -4 at the
Second
moment.
leg, it's Keelan to
However,
throw
he's taking
first.
on Keelan
Game
Kay.
on.
So not only would a win in this one give him a 2 points advantage, but he will start to turn around those legs.
140.
Every one of those legs that he adds to his own column, he'll be taking one away from Keelan.
57.
You do get the feeling and the vibe that this is going to be one of those games that sort of goes all the way.
127.
Keelan will get chances. He had a chance at the 68 in the last leg.
134.
Also a breaker throw.
100. 60. Keelan, you require 134.
Mentioned earlier, Keelan Kay's average
44.
rises, goes up when he's actually behind in a game. That stat playing true to type right now.
135. Keelan, you require 90.
Double 15 he's going for with this shot.
75. Chaz, you
Comes
require
inside and offers
115.
an opportunity for Chaz Barstow to stamp out the hope. And when you miss with dart 1 or 2, it allows your opponent to start the process of their
59.
shot.
Keelan, you
You could
require
see
15.
Keelan Kay instantly revving himself up from the point that the big 19 went in. 2-2.
Yeah, that's game shot in the second leg. Keelan Kay.
And sometimes with those sorts of shots, when it comes down to the very last dart, when you get the treble, you get the
Third
single,
leg is Chaz to throw first. Game on.
your opponent just watches a little bit longer. Their heart rate goes up.
134.
You leave them stood waiting. You leave them stood pondering and getting nervous for longer. Just keep the shot alive as long as possible.
134.
Imagine like a 167, where you go up and you get the single 20 with the first dart. The opponent behind instantly can relax and think of their shot.
180.
Well, Abby did say Barstow appeared to have found
60.
something. Finding a lot of 180s. Even if the gelling darts in between the big visits aren't there, he's the biggest 180 hitter so far today.
59.
That being his second 180 of this match, and his sixth 180 of this day.
100. Chaz, you require 128.
Andy Hamilton with 5, Steve Brown with 5. And Beeney with 2. Keelan Kay, just the 1 maximum so far.
104.
Do say so far because he's got the rest of this match, and then he'll be playing our final game of the evening. He takes on tabletopper
98.
Andy
Chaz, you
Hamilton.
require 24. Yeah, that's game shot in the third leg. Chaz
That
Barstow.
is a solid holder throw from Chaz Barstow. Double 12 for a 13 dart. 13 darts are
Fourth
very
leg,
hard
it's
to break.
Keelan to throw first. Game on.
And he goes out within that 5 visits to the board. It forces Keelan into a 4 visit leg, which is 12 or
100.
less. And that, proper match play from Chaz Barstow.
81. 140.
Mentioned about that World Championship that he
140.
played in 2022. That year he also played in the Players' Championship Finals and the UK Open.
81.
Not appeared in any of those big events since, and it just sort of goes to show what sort of a year that was for Chaz Barstow and what we sort of all
83.
expected he would go on to do. Got a highest average on record of 107.36.
100. 83.
And now
Keelan, you
44 years
require
old.
80.
You feel like there's still plenty in the tank.
Yeah, that's game shot in the fourth leg. Keelan Kay.
Both players comfortable, confident, clinical holds of throw.
Fifth leg is Chaz to throw first. Game on.
We speak about age and darts. It doesn't seem to be a barrier to performance.
100.
Glenn Durrant spoke when he was down here about he didn't even win a local open until he was 41, 42 years of age.
100.
Peter Wright winning a world title for the first time in his late 40s. We've seen the flip side of that though as well, where
123.
players winning titles in the 20s. Age is no barrier.
100.
Gender is no barrier within this sport. We literally judge
59.
purely on where you can make that bit of tungsten. It'll average weigh about 23 grams, where you can stick that
83.
in a dartboard.
84.
Well, I said
100.
Keelan will
Charge
get
you require
opportunities.
135.
He's going to get a chance at the 118. These are more stretch
45.
opportunities
Keelan, you
rather
require
than
118.
clear two darters. He's going to need a treble.
$94.
Finds a treble with the last.
90.
Puts a lot of pressure here on Chaz Barstow. 20 again for the bull. Oh, and it's come out the board. This is the big opportunity for Keelan Kay. We said we expect him to get
Keelan,
some.
you require
This is the
24.
one. This is your red pen moment. Double 12.
Yeah, that's game shot in the
Finds
fifth
it.
flag. Keelan Kay.
That is a break of throw. Keelan Kay now moves favourite to win this match. A man
Six
that
flag,
in the
it's
last
Keelan to
game,
throw first. Game
when we
on.
look forward at the prices, was 9-4.
100. $95.
Big last dart from Chaz Barstow.
58. $85.
Switching of Keelan Kay there's left him on an awkward one after 6. It still keeps him 9 darts away from winning the leg.
99.
But one treble a visit should be fine. This is an improved performance on both players so far. Both players pushing around about the
57.
90. This is what we expect from these two. They're starting to deliver. The good news for Keelan Kay is he's still got another game to go.
44.
And if he is able to get over the line here, will be leading the charge going into day 2.
$81.
You can see the reaction of Chaz Barstow slipping off that 20 line. Going into the 1 as just opportunity
140.
has opened itself for Keelan Kay. He will get match darts.
$59. Keelan, you require 60.
20 for tops.
$20. Chaz, you require 124.
This would be a way to save the match. He has recorded the only tumpless finish so far tonight. That being 104. He took that out on the bull. And he's come low. He will not get a shot at the leg. 31 required for Barstow. Keelan Kay will get 3 more
Keelan, you require 40.
match darts. He's already missed 2.
$20.
Make that 5.
Chaz, you require 20.
A reprieve for Barstow.
Yeah, that's game short in the sixth flag.
Barstow
Chaz
with a last start in hand. We've said that a lot in this game. That he's managed to find that last start in hand in the treble. This situation finds it in the double and makes himself favourite once again to win this match. Keelan Kay stands at the back of the stage, knowing he should be walking off the stage right now. 5 darts missed at tops. 5 big opportunities. Will he get any more? He's going to get some more.
83.
He is going to need to score big.
$59. 94.
So far, so good. The Keelan Kay backers. We know that Barstow
60.
just explode into life.
81.
And here it comes.
140.
Like lighting a match, like striking it up.
98.
Keelan coming down okay here. He's doing his job. Finding a treble with each visit.
100. Keelan, you require 145.
Big exchange, not just for the outcome of this match, but potentially for the outcome of this group.
105. Chaz, you require
He leaves
85.
that tops. The tops he's already missed 5 darts at. Will he get more? Barstow has a look at the scoreboard, sees the situation. It's the bull. The bull he hit already for the
60.
104 finish.
Keelan, you require 40.
Keelan Kay. For
Game
the
shot
match.
and a match. Keelan Kay.
He missed 5 darts to get it wrapped up 4-2. Chaz Barstow took us to a deciding leg. Took us all the way down. He missed a dart at the bull himself for the match, but Keelan Kay gets over the line in the end with the 4-3 success and moves himself onto 4 points and comfortably into that 3rd place position. We're going to see Keelan Kay again. That is in our last game when he takes on Andy Hamilton. But before then, we've got Steve Brown taking on Aaron Beeney.
Our penultimate match of tonight's session then, and it's Steve Brown, one of the standout players of the week here at the Super Series. He's looking to make it 3 wins from 4 in Group B. He takes on Aaron Beeney, who's yet to average above 76, but of course hampered by an injury that is clearly impacting the standard the former PDC tour card holder is producing. Can he round his night off with a first victory, or will Brown show the qualities, the consistencies that have seen him stand out here in Portsmouth this week? Their one previous meeting of note come in a Euro Tour qualifier back in 2021. Brown the 6-4 winner on that occasion. Let's tuck into this one then and hand back to our commentary team.
Yeah, let's chuck a even bit more credit on the Aaron Beeney game. Not just a former PDC tour card holder, but a former PDC semi-finalist. Reached a semi-final over in Germany. Lost out to Michael Smith in the end on that one, but that was a big run for him there. Beating Rob Cross, Raymond van Barneveld en route. And not just on one of the sideboards. He beat him on one of those stream boards. Under the microscopes. Under the watchful eyes of the PDC audience. Reached it all the way through to the semi-finals, and had a few good runs actually.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Across that year. I remember that weekend very well. That was the infamous green egg incident where, if you know Aaron Beeney, you'll know he'll try anything, he'll eat anything, and he'll do anything at least once. And we stumbled across green egg.
100.
And I says to Beeney, I says, I dare you to eat that. And he did. He had a bite of it, and he weren't too keen. But he doesn't like to waste things.
55.
So he ate the rest of it.
Meanwhile, this game represents the last part of Henry's highlights for the evening. It's this game to last less than 5.5 legs, which, in fairness, my voice is actually kind of hoping.
140.
Beeney kicks off Max in this opening leg.
Well, you didn't say which direction you thought that it was going to end.
No, I didn't.
Under those legs, and that start from Beeney
60
suggests, like I've been telling you all night, he has a lot of fight in him, and he certainly will not lay down at any turn throughout the day.
138. Aaron, you require 161.
You can see actually he's got a very determined doggy steeliness focusing those eyes right now.
85. Steve, you require 68.
Loves his darts. Very proud player, very proud to have this opportunity.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg.
Steve Brown wants to take away from him. He wants it for himself.
Second leg, it's Aaron the throw
darter
first.
there to hold the throw, force Beeney into the 12. And I actually walked in the building with Aaron today, and he walked in and he just looked at it and went, wow, this is amazing. This is where I want to play my darts. And hopefully we'll see much more of Aaron Beeney here. He's got
57.
somewhat of a cult following online. He's one of those popular figureheads.
What they call darting hipster players, isn't it?
45.
Yeah, the Weekly Darts podcast. Big fans of Aaron Beeney. As is pretty much everyone who's ever met him.
57.
Meanwhile, this week could be the ultimate paradox for Steve Brown. Because the man who
100
has given up so much of his career for the progression of others.
Well, the thing is with that,
60.
Steve Brown has sort of become, not Steve Brown the person, Steve Brown the dart player. Steve Brown has become a position. That's his life. He's no longer seen as Steve, he's seen as the
45.
chairman. Aaron Beeney will know all about this. He's not often seen as, this is Aaron, this is a dart player. He's quite often seen as a suit, a uniform, a
65.
position. I think when he gets to come here and gets to play the darts, he just loves the opportunity. He was the ultimate opportunist when he got through Q School. He'd only played a couple of county games at the point he went to Q School. And he sort of represents all the hopes and dreams of the hundreds of people that attend Q School year in, year out, looking for a bit of experience or looking for a bit of an opportunity, looking for that possibility of having that day that changes your life and gives you a couple of years on the Pro Tour, rubbing shoulders with the biggest names that the sport has to offer. Aaron Beeney has lived that dream. He represents the hopes and dreams of all those attendees at Q School.
100.
They all want to be
the
next Aaron Beeney.
$64. Steve, you require 104.
So to double his lead, Brown wants 104. This has kind of been the popular trend, hasn't it? Going along for the 16s, but the slip and 7 means treble 19 for tops.
You require
It just
30.
dips underneath, and so Beeney returns for double 15
That's game shot in a
to level this game up at
Aaron
one
Beeney.
apiece. And that's exactly what he does.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
That focus, that determination of Aaron Beeney as he's got his head down at the back of the
85.
stage, just focusing on himself, focusing on the opportunity that he's got. Knows it's not over yet, knows he's still got a big opportunity here. We have seen him race TV stages before, played in the 2 UK Opens, won when he was down in Minehead in its
99.
full capacity, and won during the COVID years. He's played in Milton Keynes. He actually played on the main stage in that one, played Lisa Ashton. And Lisa Ashton hit that record average.
95.
Against Aaron Beeney, the first lady to record over 100.
Was that the same day Steve Brown was timed out of his game at the UK Open because he wanted to watch his son John play?
Absolutely, yeah. And he was sat back in the hotel room and looked at the screen and saw that he should have been on stage. I believe it's against Scott Waits, because I remember the joke was Scott Waits, don't Waits.
59.
Original.
$85. $43. Steve,
One
you
thing that
require
Beeney can
92.
take from tonight, and that he has got better as the night has progressed.
32.
Kind of
Aaron, you require
theme I
164.
expected to see, a trend and a pattern I expected to see. This would make him feel good.
132. Steve, you
Fantastic
require
darts there
60.
Aaron Beeney, but Steve Brown will get 2 darts to retake the lead.
No score.
Oh, and he's pulled it low.
Aaron, you require
Aaron Beeney,
32.
an opportunity to break the throw. Aaron Beeney, an opportunity to take the lead.
Now, perhaps nobody expected to see this from around the horizon.
No score.
And the opportunity's come and gone.
Steve, you
but because
require
Brown
60.
busts that last dart into the double 15, he has to start all over again. Finds the single. Can he nail the tops?
Yeah, that's game
Yes, is
short
the
in
answer
third
as he
leg.
sandwiches its way into the middle to lead 2-1 in this game against Aaron
Forward leg,
Beeney.
it's Aaron to throw first.
It
Game
has a bit
on.
of classic. The averages dictate that. 78 and 80 are the averages,
99.
respectively. But Steve Brown won't care, because if he can claim a win here, he would finish his night on 6 points. There could actually be a scenario here. Kay can get the better of Hamilton in the last one, where you're almost setting in stone the
60.
Possibly the 3 finalists from Group B already on night 1 because you had 3 players on 4. You'd have Barstow on 2.
123.
And he'd be 4 points behind, so that'd be 2 games behind with only 4 to go.
$135.
But Beeney has other ideas here.
100.
We'll have 6 on 207 here to level this game up at 2 apiece.
45.
Now. That leads 162. That could be a slip. That could be a crucial slip.
98.
Yeah, the maths there from Aaron Beeney didn't help him out. He could be starting to be a
105. Steve, you require
victim
100.
of his own problems. He's recovered it well. Just like this 100 shot of Steve Brown.
62.
Who nearly recovered it perfectly.
57.
So he should get a couple of darts. It's a couple of darts at tops. Big moment in this match.
17.
Big moment for Aaron Beeney.
Steve, you require 38.
And he wasn't able to convert on this occasion. Is it straight for it or is it split? It's straight for it. Has to come to the right. It's even more awkward. He's only got a tiny little
19.
section of that double 19 he could go for.
Aaron, you require 40. Yeah,
And
that's
he was
game
feeling
short
that
than the
chances
fourth
was
line.
starting to
Aaron
run out for
Beeney.
Aaron Beeney, but he digs deep. He finds the double
Fifth
10.
flag, it's Steve to throw
This
first.
is still in the
Game
balance.
on.
Steve Brown's not playing like Steve Brown was in the early part of the night and the end of yesterday. Steve Brown is potentially throwing some tired darts here.
45.
We know he didn't stay over in Portsmouth last night. We know he travelled back and came back again today. We know he's got other commitments as well as being a dart player.
121.
Are we starting to see a little bit of fatigue creep into the Steve Brown game?
Now, you face it quite well. You call this darts lag,
100.
where the player who moves from the morning to evening session just has a little bit of difficulty maybe towards the end of the night with acclimatization of
60.
effectively playing darts in a different time zone because you're used to the early start. You're used to playing at 9:30. But now you're in a, I suppose, completely different extreme to a certain
100.
extent.
$80.
You can see there, Beeney just wanted at least a straight dart.
60.
This one is finally in the balance. Beeney should sense an opportunity here. Should be able to see the weakness of
44.
Steve Brown. Can he capitalise? Has he got enough in the locker to make the most of this situation?
41.
He's getting edgy.
$60. Steve, you require
You can
155.
see there Aaron having to literally throw his body into that, giving it everything he's got.
$80. Aaron, you require 136.
Pair just running on fumes. Running on hope.
$41. Steve, you require 75.
Who will take the authority position?
35. And you require 95.
20 for the bull. That's quite a nice lie for how Aaron Beeney likes
70.
his darts to lie. That is a
Steve,
great
you
effort there from
require
Aaron
40.
Beeney. But Steve has been trying to leave this tops. He's took it out in double doubles tonight. Took it out at the end of combinations.
That's game short in the
He
fifth
takes
flag.
it out
Steve
to take a
Brown.
3-2 lead. Significant lead for Steve Brown, who
6 flag, it's Aaron the throw first. Game on.
victory here will move on to 6 points. He will join Andy Hamilton on 6 points. Andy Hamilton will have a game in hand. That comes next. That's our last game of the evening.
140.
He takes on Keelan Kay.
Now, if you're Barstow or Beeney, are you hoping for a Hamilton win in the last game of the night?
46.
Because you can almost put Hamilton into Saturday then. As a result of that win, you're keeping Kay, who's in that 3rd position in the group, within reach still.
180.
Excellent darts from Beeney. That's his 2nd maximum of the match. But you keep, but for Barstow and Beeney, it keeps Kay in reach, and you just, you strike Hamilton off with your so-called red pen.
Yeah, this is a good reaction from Beeney. He saved the second
97.
180 of the game. It's his 4th of the day so far. And it looks like he's going to force a last leg decider here with Steve Brown.
100.
Steve Brown throwing darts like he believes it's going to the last leg as well. Beeney with plenty of time on his hands. He's looking at an 11 dart leg, which will be significantly the best leg he has thrown so far tonight.
78.
And this could actually start to unravel. He's on double 3. No one likes it down this area of the board.
100. And you require 6.
May contemplate splitting with Steve Brown on 155. Just like to build his darts and set them on top of each other.
No score. Steve, you require 155.
This is for the match. It would have been into some style. But Beeney will get more opportunities to take us all the way.
And you require 6.
He's missed 3 darts here. He's had 17 darts at a double in this match.
4.
And he just tees himself up
Steve,
in the
you
madhouse.
require 90.
He'll be feeling mad. Especially if Steve Brown takes this. It's ball for tops. A little smile
50.
in the background for Aaron Beeney
Aaron,
when
you
he saw the ball
require
go in.
2.
He was probably expectant that Steve Brown was going to serve that one up for him. But can he finally get over the line? It was a power scoring leg that nearly ended in 11 darts.
No
And
score.
after 21
Steve, you
darts,
require
he has
40.
still not got the job done. Tops for Brown to end the night for Aaron Beeney on 0 points. Double 10. 2 darts.
Game
Needs the
shots
one.
and a match.
And Steve Brown ends a tired affair with a victory. 2 more points for Steve Brown, and he moves on to 6, joins Andy Hamilton on 6, and cuts himself 4 points adrift of the chasing pack in terms of the qualification through this group. We have one more game left to come for you this evening, and that is Keelan Kay taking on Andy Hamilton.
Well, we've had wall-to-wall darts all day today. We have one final match here at the Super Series, and it's Andy Hamilton up against Keelan Kay. These two met at Q School back in 2022, and it was Kay who came out on top with a 6-4 victory on that occasion. But tonight has really belonged to the Hammer, looking to go unbeaten on the opening night in Group B. He's dropped just 2 legs all night, averaging 97 in a top-of-the-table clash with Brown a little while ago. And as for Kay, he missed 5 at tops to get a 4-2 win over Barstow a couple of games ago, but not for the first time recomposed well to carve out another chance in the deciding leg, and on that occasion did pin tops to get himself onto 4 points. So for one final time tonight, and to see whether Henry Deacon's voice holds out, let's hand back to our commentary team.
I don't know what to say to that. That is probably one of my favourite ever links.
Can I just go home already? And can people stop treating me the Chaz Barstow thing, please?
Was you taking the mickey out yourself there, or was that
That
another
was
one?
genuinely my voice going. I've got nothing left.
Well, let's see if Keelan Kay's got anything left, because Keelan Kay is in a bit of a crunch match here, actually, because if he is to get the victory in this one over Andy Hamilton, he will go to 6 points as well.
It's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
By going to 6 points, he will join Andy Hamilton and Steve Brown. Those 3 players will be on 6. Chaz Barstow will be cut away by 4
100.
points. He'll be on 2. Aaron Beeney will be bottom on 0. We might have just found our 3 players to get through this group should Keelan Kay win this match.
Well, that's good. I can give my voice a rest then. Of course, the fixtures will reverse tomorrow, so
40.
this will be the first game of Group B tomorrow evening at 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV, and of course on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And so potentially, if the points split here,
80.
you got Hamilton on 8, very strong position. Kay would be on 6, Brown would be on 6. Before then,
60.
Beeney and Barstow would have the opportunity to play again.
$77.
We just wonder about the fatigue of Andy Hamilton. We mentioned that he is more built for a bit more stamina these days, not
97.
carrying as much timber. Clearly looks after himself. He says he likes to go for walks. Trying to extend his career as long as he can, give himself the best opportunity. Now 55 years old, the man from Stoke-on-Trent. How much will that play a factor when we're playing darts at 1 a.m. in the morning?
$100.
1 a.m. in the morning,
And you require
following 3 days of play, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and he hasn't got into that body clock pattern yet of getting up for these later shifts. He's used to getting up early for the shifts that we've seen already in Group A.
$94. Keelan, you require 104. $56. And you require 60.
So for a breaker throw, and if Andy Hamilton is to win this game, it does keep that little wolf pack, that little chasing pack together of Keelan Kay, Chaz Barstow and Aaron Beeney, of players that could battle out for one of those qualifying places. Although Keelan Kay has took the early march today, winning 2 of his games.
Andy Hamilton.
Will he win this one?
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
If he's going to win this one, he's going to need to turn this around with a break of throw. He can't just serve this one out no more. And just to further add a bit more weight onto the situation of the Andy
58.
Hamilton change of body shape and the fitness and the healthier look that he now spawns.
100.
When we came in today, Aaron Beeney went over, shook his hand, and he says, "Evening, Andy." And he followed that up with, "Where's the rest of you?"
Kids these days.
140. 58.
In this situation, you just feel that maybe Keelan Kay becomes aware of the situation where Andy Hamilton is almost on a free hit. He's in a situation he can afford to lose, and it's not going to affect him too much in terms of the table.
121. 39.
Keelan Kay, the lord of the board, has a recorded high average of 101.90. He'd do anything to time that to get that one into this one right now.
42.
Did play at Q School this year, Keelan Kay.
41. And you require 140.
Actually had a 5-2 victory over Kieran Tian, who, the reason I brought that one up is because Kieran Tian was the first ever winner of a week here in this venue. On the very first night when we did half the week in Southampton and then moved over to this venue for the finals.
60.
The finals, that was a packed out crowd, playing in front of the likes of Phil the Power Taylor, who came down to have a look at the Super Series.
84.
A man
And
who's
you
going to be in action
require
at the
80.
World Seniors Championship tomorrow. The
48.
World Seniors Championship, an event Andy Hamilton tried to qualify for, but didn't play in those qualifiers, the same that we saw at Q School, the same we saw on the Challenge Tour, and certainly not the Andy Hamilton we're seeing this week.
39. And you require 32.
2 8s. Chasing it round the board.
Yeah, that's
Against the lord of the board.
Andy Hamilton.
But it's the hammer who dishes out the hammer blow. And we've made
Third leg, it's
quite
Keelan the throw first. Game on.
heavy conversation regarding the increased performance levels of the hammer throughout the week. Let me give you some numbers.
83.
On Monday, 86.28. He rose that. Tuesday, 87.95. On Wednesday, he rose 89.88. Today, he is rising 92.75 is the average so far for the day.
55.
Had this Andy Hamilton turned up to the seniors qualifiers and played this level of performance, not only would he have gone through, but I think he could have been a serious contender for lifting the title.
28. 59.
'He has lifted many titles over his career. A couple of Pro Tour titles.
100.
2007, he won a Players' Championship in Gibraltar. He won UK Open qualifying and regional
96.
finals. They are what we would now call Pro Tours. In fact, I'd probably say they're harder than Pro Tours because in those days, it wasn't just 128 players playing in the UK Open qualifiers. It was more like 300 more rounds. And that would have been the people that would be like the top of the Challenge
42.
Tour and various tours around the country. He's actually picked up a tour recently. That was at the end of last year, 2022. He picked up a Challenge Tour title towards the back end of the year.
136.
Shame for him, really, that win, that Challenge Tour win, didn't come earlier in the season, so he could have cashed in on a couple of Pro Tour call-ups.
$96. Keelan, you require 72.
Loose start for Keelan Kay. Could be about to learn
50.
a very
And you
harsh
require
but
157.
valuable lesson. Do not give Andy Hamilton opportunities. He's a man that likes to dish out the punishment. He likes to teach lessons.
$83. Keelan, you require 22.
This wasn't what he intended to leave. But the old expression is, you left it, you get it. One dart left.
18. And you require 74.
For a second break of throw. And if you're Chaz Barstow and Aaron Beeney, you're wanting this to go. You're wanting this situation where Keelan Kay starts to lose heavy.
66.
So it starts to bring down
Keelan,
that
you
leg difference
require
into the minus.
4. Yeah, that's game shot in the third leg. Keelan Kay.
Good dart there for Keelan Kay, as it all just seemed to be
Forward
getting
line,
a little
it's
bit
Andy to
messy
throw
and running
first.
away from him.
Game on.
This could have been Andy Hamilton throwing for the match. When you mention about that run of big majors that Andy Hamilton had and got quite far in, runner-up in the World Championship, runner-up in the UK Open, runner-up in the Grand Slam.
100.
He had semi-final appearances twice in the World Match Play, the World Grand Prix, the Premier League,
60.
the Players' Championship Finals, the US Open, which was an event that was very similar to the UK Open. It just happened in America.
Do you feel like with Andy,
41.
even if it's not in the PDC system, that there's still maybe one more big magical moment for the hammer?
44.
I do, and I don't feel it's that the PDC Challenge Tour that he won in 2022. I don't think that's the moment. I think there's something more in there. I think we could see Andy Hamilton lift one of those seniors championships. There are qualifiers available for 2 more events that will be coming up on the TV stages later on this year. That's the Masters and the Match Play.
42.
I would not be surprised to see Andy Hamilton come through one of them and then do what David Cameron did last year when he came through as a qualifier and went on to lift that title at Lakeside.
And of course, more qualifiers in those competitions this year. Keelan Kay getting a maximum there, leaving himself on 217. And suddenly we may just begin to see a little bit of a comeback
43.
trail. What can the Lord of the Board muster?
98.
Looks a bit confused. That's because I don't think he intended to leave the 119. The slip from
76.
the hammer.
Keelan, you
means he
require
leaves a
119.
non-finish.
Yeah, that's game shot in the
That is a
forward
great
line.
finish.
Keelan Kay.
The biggest finish we have seen so far in Group B, the 119. It wasn't something
Fifth
that he
flag, it's
deliberately
Keelan to
left,
throw
but he
first.
deliberately
Game on.
took it out.
Doesn't matter how you get there, as long as you
28.
do in the end. which is sounding like the end of this commentary this evening. Do apologise.
139.
Dennis, this is the most peace and quiet you've ever had in the commentary box, Matt, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's great. I wish
85.
there was a button I could press that would make this happen every single day. I'd press it at about 8 o'clock when I get here in the morning. And then when I leave, I'll press it so you can go home and enjoy the rest of your day.
139.
There's probably some people tweeting him thinking this is probably the best commentary ever at the Super Series.
I'll take that as a compliment.
42.
Basically, you were carrying me all along. Hopefully, it'll be sorted by tomorrow morning. Good night's sleep. Bit of a honey and herbal remedies.
96.
And he leaves 127 in game. But it's not the 15th leg.
140.
It's actually the 5th.
And you require 127.
And game. I don't think we'll get that iconic call from Marco. You are wondering where the 127 in game comes from, and you're thinking, what on earth is Edgar
55.
on about? Paul Hinks at the World Match Play, Michael Van Gerwen, Phil the Power Taylor, 15th leg. He didn't say game shot and the 15th leg, he said 127.
And you require 72.
And game in the 15th leg. Followed by a moment of confusion by everybody on stage. There's nothing confusing about this. 72. Well, it's confusing. It's confusing. I take it back.
Yeah, that's
But he's dug himself out of there.
Andy Hamilton. 6 targets, Andy to throw
First start
Game
was
on.
intended at the treble 16. That confirms to me the fatigue and the tiredness that I feel that is in the arm right now and is in the mind of Andy Hamilton. We've got our physical energy and our mental energy. And I think both of them are running low right now on the hammer. This is all on grit. He's had a career built on grit and determination. He just needs it for about 2 more minutes.
And so Matthew Edgar departs. And so I will guide you through the
100.
final throws of this particular match. A reminder, we're back tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m.
83.
And that is going to be for the continuation of Group C, where it is Shane McGurk who leads the way at the halfway point, having won all 5 of his games yesterday.
58.
Matthew Edgar will definitely be here in the commentary box for that, alongside Abigail Davies.
58.
And so Hamilton, 210 points away from victory here. Back upstairs he goes. And decides to stay there. To leave 95 for the match. To seal a 4-2 success.
80.
And to win
95.
the final game of the evening session. Two double 19s is what he's looking for. And so Kay returns
22.
for a 140. What a blockbuster shot this would be. And what would be a crucial time for the Lord of the Board. With Hamilton left set on 73. Another one of them. Leaves double 10. That would have been
130.
a fantastic shot from Keelan Kay.
And you require 73.
And so Hamilton, 73 for the match. 20 for the bull. The treble leaves double 5 for the match for Andy Hamilton.
63. Keelan, you require 10.
For a last leg shootout to end the night. Double 5.
Yeah, that's game short in the 6th leg. Keelan Kay.
And so the final match of the evening session will go all the way
final leg. It's
to a
Keelan the
7th and
first.
deciding leg.
Game on.
Is going to be Kay, who has the darts in it. And that's not a bad start.
125.
Forces Hamilton out to attack right from the get-go.
$96. $100. $101.
101 means that Kay still has the advantage of throw going into the third round of visits in this leg.
96.
Look at the steely-eyed determination of the hammer. Still at this point of the match.
98.
But the 98 means that Keelan's going to get 6 from 180 here.
80.
10 after 12. Good return from the Lord of the Board.
$58. Keelan, you require 100.
For the match. Hamilton laid on 148. Is it going to be tops? Tops. That was the
60.
preferred route.
And you require
And so 148
148.
to get the win. So Alex Moore take this out earlier, but the hammer isn't going to this time, and so Kay
78.
wants tops for the match.
Keelan, you require 40.
To make it a three-way tie
Game
at the
shot
top on
and
6
a
points,
match.
and Keelan Kay gets the better of Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 3 in the final match of the night. And it means there's going to be a three-way tie at the top of the table. Kay, a 4-3 victor against the hammer. Does so over 79.29 average, a 119 high checkout, 4 out of 8 on the doubles. And it means it's going to be tightly packed at the top of the table. And so let's hand over to Matthew Edgar up on the balcony with Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. Very impressive that Keelan Kay has become the first player to beat Andy Hamilton in this group. But the manner in which he claimed victory, because he was shaking his head up there, things weren't going right. The way he was able to keep himself in it, not for the first time tonight, recompose up there, really, really impressive qualities.
Yeah, and he's only 21 years old as well, so we've got to take that into account as well when we're looking at saying he's shaking his head and he expects everything. This is a guy that dominated the youth dart scene, and when you do that and you translate it to the adults game, we see a lot of people just stop playing darts altogether, whether it's for a couple of years and they come back to it at a later stage, or whether they just fall out of love with the game, because they can't make that transition from being a regular winner to being in the pond with everybody else and just being from the big fish to a fish. And with that, he's done really well in that situation. We see Andy Hamilton there had a match start. Again, that would have had some sort of reaction there for Keelan Kay, who would be aware of the situation. We can see it clear as day that it's going to be 3 people battling out for that position. It might already be over because Keelan Kay winning that match now has given him a 4-point cushion on Chaz Barstow in that next position.
And when you look at key moments, we can have a little look at the table there, but the 119 stands out for me as one of the checkouts of Group B. But when you look at it, as you mentioned, 3 players now on 6 points. Chaz Barstow, what do you think he needs to do to get himself back in contention tomorrow?
I honestly don't know, and I'm normally a very opinionated guy when it comes to looking at people, looking at actions, looking at throws, breaking it all down. But when I look at Chaz at the moment, I just see a guy so void of any sort of confidence. I just don't see Chaz. I see a shell of Chaz Barstow. It's like a Chaz Barstow lookalike. He's a costume of a man at the moment. It's not the Chaz Barstow I've seen before. That glint in the eye just is not there, and he just seems to really lack confidence, and it seems like the short-term form is really affecting the long-term picture for Chaz at the moment.
Yes, indeed. Right then, Group B will reach its conclusion from 10 p.m. tomorrow. But first, our attention turns to Group C, which concludes from 9:30 tomorrow morning. At the moment, it's Shane McGurk who leads the way in the league standings, having won all 5 of his matches today. We'll be back from 9:30 a.m. Make sure you come and join us then on Sporty Stuff TV.